In our country's modern journey. 26 years of uninterrupted democracy in the Fourth Republic and the midterm point of the Tinubu administration since it took office in 2023.
Absolutely. Across that time, 5 presidents with an average age of 63 have led Nigeria. But across every one of those years, it's the youth, those under the age of 30, nearly 70% of our population who've carried the heaviest burden of tomorrow. That's over 150 million young Nigerians. They are restless, they are creative, determined, holding the promise of a new Nigeria right in their hands.
From tech labs in Lagos to classrooms in Katsina, from the stages of Afrobeat to the code of new fintech platforms, young Nigerians are building, innovating, redefining what it means to be African in the 21st century. They're not waiting for the future. They're creating it. But the question is, are we moving fast enough to meet them there?
That's a very valid question. The numbers tell quite a layered story. While digital talent in growing and creative industries are booming, more than 14% of the youths are not in school, work, or even training. Unemployment is actually rising, and even with degrees in their hands, many are still in search for their very first real opportunity.
So tonight, under the theme, Empowering the Future, we ask the real questions. How do we turn potential into progress, population into productivity, and policies into real impact?
Well, to answer all of this, we'll be joined by leaders who shape those policies. Ministers, the Minister of Youth, Ayodele Olawande Olubimitunji Ojo, of Interior, Bosu Tijani of Communication and Digital Economy, and John Enna of Minister of State for Industry, Trade and Investment, alongside youth leaders, creators, as well as change makers. Together, they will examine the hard truths, but also bright spots, from unemployment and education to business inclusion and the power of culture and technology. Well,
I assure you that it is more than a conversation. It's a national reckoning and a wake-up call, because we know that when we empower Nigeria's youth, we empower the nation.
Absolutely. So welcome to Channels Television's May the 29th special youth program. We termed it Empowering the Future. We're broadcasting live from our global headquarters here in the nation's commercial nerve center, Lagos, Nigeria. I'm Jeffrey Uzama.
And I'm Maokwe Ogunyusuf. We have to thank our very gracious audience here in the studios with us, but we also ask our viewers at home to, for the next 5 hours, join us along with our live audience here in our amphitheater for stories, insights, and solutions.
But first, let's take a look, Mark, at some statistics showing how far we've come as a country and as a people, and actually what lies ahead. So we'll be looking through some of what we call a little bit of a dashboard as to what we have as opportunity, as well as what we have as challenges, and what's been done across sector, whether public or private. So let's tell you that Nigeria is made up of approximately 70% of youth population. You've heard that before. Now, those are under the age of 30, equating to about 150 million young people, making Nigeria one of the countries with the largest, let's say that again, the largest youth population in the world.
We're among the 8 countries projected to account for over half of the world's population growth by 2050, with a dominant youth demographic.
Should we be excited or scared? All of it. But well, let's tell you what the federal government has done, especially in the Ministerial of Communication and Digital Economy. They've launched what they call the 3 Million Technical Talent, 3MTT program, to train 3 million youths in digital skills, enhance employment or employability in that sense, and position Nigeria as some form of a global tech talent hub right here.
We also have a few public and private sector initiatives to harness youth entrepreneurship and ingenuity in parts of the country. However, in spite of all of these improvements and all of these developments, we also have challenges. Our unemployment rate, that's the youth unemployment rate in particular, in Q1 stood at about 8.4%, up from 6.9% in Q1 2023. The unemployment rate is higher among youths with post-secondary school education, which is about 9%, compared with those who just finished from primary school, which indicates a mismatch between educational outcomes and labor market
And that's what we hope to bridge tonight, that outcome, that mismatch is what we hope to bridge tonight. So approximately 14% of Nigerian youth are not in education, employment, or training. They call it a NEET rate, reflecting challenges in engaging young persons productively. That's the key word here.
Educational infrastructure gaps also exist, with just about 22% of schools in Nigeria having access to computers and the internet, limiting digital literacy and access to online learning resources. Well, thankfully, we'll be having the Minister of Digital Economy here to ask, how they're bridging that gap between what they're doing in the ministry and also in the Ministry of Education.
Absolutely. But let's also tell you that there are other concerns as well, which is why we've converged all of the young persons in this room, in this amphitheater, and you at home to find solution, because you are the future. 50 years from now, the president and the rest of them may not be here. You will be that future. So health concerns among the youth, including HIV, prevalent substance abuse, mental health challenges, are some of the major issues. We could go on and on, Mark.
And we've not even touched out-of-school children, internet fraud, cyberbullying, Jackpot syndrome, following prevailing economic circumstances. And I'm sure it's because of this that last year in the presidential broadcast on Independence Day, President Tinubu acknowledged the power of young people and proposed a national youth conference to harness their ideas and a way forward.
As we work to overcome the challenges of the day, we remain mindful of next generation as we seek to galvanize their creative energy towards a better future. We lead today with the future we wish to bequeath to our children in focus, recognizing that we cannot design a future that belongs to them without making them its architects. Considering this, I am pleased to announce the gathering of a national youth conference. This conference will be a platform to address the diverse challenges and opportunities confronting our young people, who constitute more than 60% of our population. It will provoke meaningful dialogue and empower our young people to participate actively in nation building by ensuring that their voices are heard in shaping the policies that impact their lives. We are creating a pathway for a brighter tomorrow. The 30-day conference will unite young people nationwide to collaboratively develop solutions to issues such as education, employment, innovation, security, and social justice. The modality of this conference and selection of delegates will be designed in close consultation with our young people through their representatives. Through this compact, it will be our job as leaders to ensure that their aspirations are at the heart of the conference deliberations. The government will thoroughly consider and implement the recommendations and outcomes from this forum as we remain resolute in our mission to build a more inclusive, prosperous, and united Nigeria.
Welcome back. I'd just like our guests here at the amphitheater to please give themselves a round of applause. Thank you so much for joining us once more. Well, tonight we're going to be setting an agenda. You did hear that particular speech given by the president last year. I'm sure it's not the first time that you've heard it. So I want you to also, put your pen to paper and think about it. If you were to be attending a youth summit, maybe anytime this year, what will you be asking of Nigeria? What would you want to see for the young people of this country? So while you're putting pen on paper, we also have our panelists here who are all set for us. We have Dr. Lillian Ochai, who is a public health physician at Luth. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
And all the way from the University of Lagos, we have Timothy Ayorinde, who is the president of the Faculty of Law. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me.
And joining us virtually is Toyin Kayo Ajayi, who is the founder of Canadian Black Farmers Association. Thank you so much for joining us all the way from Vancouver, Toyin.
Very much. Thank you for having me.
So, gentlemen and lady, or shall I say lady and gentlemen, you heard the president's speech. If you were to set an agenda, if you're one of the young people, invited to that youth summit, which the president has proposed, what will you be asking for? I'm going to start with you, Dr. Lillian.
Okay, thank you. As a doctor and a fellow youth, I think I would want to start by focusing on the health aspect, because we do face a lot of health challenges. And like you mentioned in the introduction, the issues with mental health conditions, HIV and AIDS, and also substance abuse. And we know that this, because of the unemployment rate and all that, it has its mental toll on us, the youth. People that are not able to afford basic things for themselves. Even when they fall sick, they cannot afford these healthcare services. So it's, a serious challenge. So I would speaking to the mental health aspect, it would be good that, we encourage more mental health services that are tailored toward the youth, because for the longest, there's a lot of social stigma, cultural, there's the even religious stigma associated with getting therapy or just someone having a mental condition, and that would make people to, not get the proper help that they need. So having more of those, we don't have so many of those presently, and there are even fewer that are tailored to the youth. So having more of those, and also in general, just having youth-friendly clinics also. This also would address the HIV/AIDS issue, because a lot of youths, because they are not getting the appropriate information, and even when they go to when they go to hospitals, they are not, maybe they're shy or not able to open up to get ask the right questions, because, again, stigma. Some people in these health facilities also could act in a way that, okay, are you supposed to be engaging in practices like this anyway? So that just makes them to bottle things up, and then increases the risk of infections, unprotected, there's more unprotected sex, and, there's higher burden of pregnancy among young people and all that. So having youth-friendly clinics would also contribute significantly to this, I believe. And in general, just working towards creating job opportunities, because unemployment in itself, yes, it's a serious challenge, but it also affects us, because if we are not able to be financially stable to some extent, people tend to look for other coping mechanisms which affects their health, and that's where substance abuse can come in sometimes.
It's like a vicious chain, huh?
Yes, exactly. So they're just looking for an escape from the hardship, basically. So when they get into that, and then it gets addictive, it's a problem. And then even when they do have that, we do have rehabilitative facilities, but we don't have so many of them that, can accommodate the current number of, youth with substance abuse currently. So having more of those facilities centered toward the youth, and also giving us a system that works, that we don't at the end feel like, we're striving to be something and, it's just boxing us, and then we have few options. So basically, I think that will help.
Well, you've spoken a great deal to health, and one can understand your bias. You're a doctor, for God's sake.
Right.
Let's come to you, Timothy. What will you be asking for? What will you be looking for? And don't tell me something on the Constitution because you're a budding lawyer.
Not at all. Yes, so I'll take it from the general perspective. You see, when it comes to the youth, we have to ask ourselves certain critical questions. There's a particular writer who wrote Why Nation Failed. Nation failed because of lack of political will. And aside from that, there is the inclusive state and the extractive state. So what we will be demanding for as the youth in the society is inclusion. And mind you, inclusion sometimes is about asking the necessary questions, demanding for the necessary things so that the system does not end up producing the same wrong result. So what do I mean by inclusion? Inclusion in economic activities, inclusion in political activities, inclusion also in the legal perspective. We need, for instance, we have the Not Too Young to Run bill, which has been passed. But when you look at the statistics, the indices, you will notice one trend is that we still have low youth representatives, either in the National Assembly or in the executives. Why do we have this in place? First, there is no economic incentives for the youth in terms of the environment. Take, for instance, what is the employment rate? Is it the same set of youth that are not employed that will take up political posts? No, there is no social mobility as well. It is very easy to say, yes, Not Too Young to Run bill is there for us to have inclusive society. But then, where is the means? First, you need to get employed in the first place. And how do we curb this unemployment situation in the society? We would want a situation where there will be public-private partnership to better foster. We have recognized that the government cannot provide everything when it comes to employment rate. Instead, what we would want is public-private partnership. The private sector is the major sector that has the power and the capacity to provide better employment rates. So what we want is partnership between the government and the private sector. And how can we even bring in direct investment, foreign direct investment into the society?
So those are, very key areas. She's spoken of health. You're talking about inclusion. I wonder what Toyin will talk about. Toyin, what will you be asking for? Or what will you be looking to see?
Yeah. I will share from my personal experience and what I've learned since I've been in Canada for 25 years now. From my childhood, from my high school till today, it's what I'm doing right now in Canada and what have made me very successful in everything I'm doing here came from those times. What I will basically ask, where I will beg, I will plead with the government to do is apprenticeship from high school. I'll say from JSS1. I don't know what the system in Nigeria now, but from the JSS1, I would say they should make apprenticeship mandatory from grade JSS1 to SS3 and up. And that level of apprenticeship should keep increasing gradually year by year. By JSS3, the JSS3 class should be assembling motorbikes, should be able to take apart the bikes, the cars. It should be mandatory. We should turn, this is why I'm saying this is, when I was in JSS1, JSS2, JSS3, everything I learned from my woodworking class, and my welding class, from all this kind of apprenticeship class that we were provided then. Today, that has been helping me where I am now. Right from what I learned from that level since then, it's what I'm using now. And it has benefited me and it has earned me. It has made a lot of things so easy. Make it very easily for me to be able to do so many things here. The reason why I'm mentioning this is that when I got here, I started realizing when anybody here, when they finish high school, you know what they do? They go into apprenticeship. Many of the people here, they don't study like us. They don't study things like us. They don't, you can ask anybody, the jackpots that are here now. I go to schools, I talk to a lot of people, I consult with a lot of people in our community, and when they arrive here, I speak with them. I said, here, I know you guys came for school. I know most people came because they want to use school to enter. But all those degree, masters or whatever, it's not like, that's what they do here. Everything is practical, apprenticeship, handiwork. Back home. Ask anybody, they will tell you that. What I learned from my GSS 1 to GSS 3, I'm still using it today.
All right.
I can weld, I can build, I can do everything. Those little tiny things, it has helped me to establish. So any school which our government should please, I'm going to plead, I beg them, from GSS 1, they should turn us to like an industrial nation. We should start learning little things that will get us to the next. You see, practical things. It's what the world is. That should be technology side, but to me, that's what I would have the government.
All right, Tony, great points you've raised. As a matter of fact, what we'll be doing tonight is more of you identifying the problem and finding a solution, because it's all about young people, having a conversation about their future. That's what it's called empowering the future. So let me bring it back to you, Doctor. He's mentioned something that is quite important. There's a bit of that practice, perhaps in the southeastern part of Nigeria. But do you think that there's something fundamentally wrong, or there's a flaw in our curriculum that makes us to produce the kind of result we produce in the country?
In the education system?
Yes,
right?
exactly.
Yes, I think there can be some adjustments that can, contribute, that would, in the long run, contribute to how things play out. Like he mentioned, yes, what we are taught from younger age, it stays with us, and these are things that tend to shape us as we grow older. So having some reforms in this curricula is very important. Again, you would say I'm bringing it to the health.
You're biased. It's fine.
Yes, but also sex education, being included in age-appropriate sex education being included in the curriculum is also very important, again, because the earlier they have this information, the better. And, it's also taking away the sex education and just improving on the curricula, including, aspects where it prepares people for practical world, like you come into the workspace, how exactly you're supposed to continue and maintain and sustain, these jobs that you have and build off of that. And also even going in, if there are challenges, having to deal with them and things like that. So I feel like, yes, it's important that we need to have some reforms and changes to our curriculum.
Timothy, I know you're still a student, but I'm going to ask you a question that has to do with you looking from outside the campus into the society. And what have you seen, and what do you think you're seeing? Is it that there are jobs and there are no skills to measure up to those jobs, or is vice versa?
I think, first, there are skill sets which appears to be not too solid, and the job market there is also not so encompassing in terms of there is no good number. So what we have currently is that we have the curriculum system, which does not equip the student with requisite skill to match up global opportunities. And aside from that, also, we also have a system problem. Take, for instance, I'm training to be a lawyer, right? I am engaging in mooting and all of those things to improve my skills while being an undergraduate, right? But the moment I get out there, there is a lot of backlog in the judicial system, right? And aside from that, the remuneration and all of those things also affect my chances of living a good life. So what I will say is that first, there is curriculum problem, and also there is also the system problem. So what the government can do is that work on improving the curriculum and also work on improving the system, so that when we get the necessary skill set, we have, of course, an enabling environment where we can actualize our potential. So it is a dual problem. It is an ambivalent situation, curriculum system, and as well as the actual job opportunity system. So working on both simultaneously can help us improve the situation.
Tony, let me come to you. You say you've lived in Canada for about 25 years. So from what you see, is the class factor, by class factor, I mean, you talked about Nigerians being interested in paperwork than being more interested in the ability to solve a problem. Now, if you were to make a proposal in terms of policy direction, because that's what we're here as a matter of fact, what would those proposals be? Maybe you can enumerate. I know you mentioned a few of them in passing the other time, but this is specifically if you were to approach the legislature and say, this is how I want this to be, just like we see the effectiveness of NEL Fund, what would those things be?
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me, Tony?
I hope you can hear me.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, okay. Anyway, I'll be talking. I hope you guys can hear me. I didn't hear the last word, but if I'm going to make a proposal to the government about what I would like to get done, it will be similar to what I've experienced here. Because I look at the system here, it's more, it's not just theory, it's more practical. Very, very practical. Right now, they are looking for plumbers, pipe fitters, carpenters, welders here. You know why? Because they do not have enough. And all those things I mentioned, all those jobs, all those trade, we call it trade here, as I mentioned, you will always need people to do it forever. It's a hands-on. I would just, like I said, let's just improve our education system, the curriculum system, and also to be able to, so that we match it to the real life after the school. Even when you finish your education, there should still be, for example, now, I'm a farmer. That farming came from my childhood, and I developed more on it. When I got here, I went back into agriculture, and because of the incentives that the government have here to support that area of operation that I love, that I'm doing, it makes it easier for me to explore, to be able to train other people. Now I have a national program across Canada, created for the Canadian government as a Nigerian. That, what I'm doing now, if we replicate it and also find a way to attach it to normal, like day-to-day things that we do, I would say, basically, my own. I hope you guys are hearing me, but what I was my own would be, please let us match whatever that we are doing now. Let us make sure that from the younger age, like I would say from the JSS 1 and up, we should start matching individual interest area to what we are doing in school. That's one thing that I learned here too. Like, if like my son like is 13 years old now, but from the age of 10, he said, "Oh, he liked motorbike." You like motorbike? Okay, I get a motorbike. He rides that motorbike. He said, I like to fix it. I said, okay, do whatever you want to do with it. He opens it up. He checks it. Now, within 3 years, that boy can fix any motorbike. So I gave him the tools that what he loved to do. I gave him the little tools to support that. And the government supports, give incentives so that he can continue to do that. Just 30 years old, he can fix any type of things now. Anything motorized. So I would say, yeah, it's our education system they should look into, look at the curriculum, make it more, that not every one of us will be able to study, to go to read books like a professor or whatever. Let's find anybody, like I'm doing now. I have a program back home from kids from 5 years old in Nigeria there. A couple of my siblings are running it now. From 5 years old, I'm trying to get those younger ones to be showing them practical things, physical practicality of things.
I'm just a little curious, Toyin, as to your journey. Sorry about that. I'm a little curious as to your journey in the sense that this is Nigeria, blessed with over 70% arable land. We have one of the finest weathers in the world. And one would have thought that if agriculture, I mean, anyone wants to do agriculture here, suddenly our climate, our topography, the geography presents a very unique opportunity for anyone to be a farmer, for instance. Why would you say that it was when you went abroad that this instinct of yours was sharpened and you decided to go into this fully? Let me put it that way.
You see, Nigeria has, in the next 30 to 50 years, Nigeria is going to be a very, I would say, even within the next 10 years, the way I'm looking at Nigeria, it's going to be a very beautiful, industrious country. I'll tell all the youth this. Even personally, I'm even planning to move back home. I have a lot of agricultural land. We are so blessed in Nigeria with what you just mentioned, our land alone. Here, I have to create the weather that we have in Nigeria and the soil. I just created loamy soil in Canada now. I'm about to be packaging it in the bags to be selling it across Canada. Our soil, I created it here. Like sand, silt, and clay. That's what made loamy soil. Agriculture alone in Nigeria, we can be global. We can be controlling a lot of things globally. Our herbs, our vegetables are actually herbs. I'm actually doing research on that. With what the government here be able to support me based on what I'm doing here is me growing yam, growing cassava in Canada. But I have to control the environment, but we have it in surplus. Just behind your house, you can almost...
Yeah, so the question I'm asking, Toyin, if you can hear me, is why it is that this instinct of yours was sharpened when you went to Canada, why it wasn't sharpened here in Nigeria? Do you think that there was something in the environment that discouraged you from going into farming?
Not that, you mean in Nigeria?
Yes. In Nigeria, yes.
Okay. Yes, it's the environment because, I would say what discouraged me in Nigeria not to go into farming, when you're in school, they will tell you, if you don't study, you're gonna be a farmer. It's almost like a curse. Yeah, na farmer you go be till you die. That to me is like it messes my thinking up. Even though from the age of 5, 6, 7, I was already going to the farm with my grandparents, and I've already seen the benefits of farming. That is one profession that will never go out of style. But now, the people that I'm looking up to as a teacher, telling me that, if you don't read, if you don't study, if you don't do study, read, you're just going to be a farmer for the rest of your life. That really messes things up. Every one of us in this room there understand exactly what I just said. It's all about teaching us that, you have to, it's something like, it's something administrative state. You have to work in the office, you have to do this. whereby farming is the biggest profession. Through agriculture, you can start a war. Farming, you can end a war.
Yeah, Toyin.
Weapon.
Yeah, Toyin, great perspective, which is why I asked that class-conscious society question. Apparently, we have come back to that point where it looks like every one of us must get a degree, else we'll stay in the farm. But farming is good anyway.
Otherwise, you stay hungry.
Yes, we'll stay hungry. As a matter of fact, agriculture accounts for the biggest portion of our GDP, crop production, at the end of the day. So, in closing, let's get your thoughts as to where we need to move from here. Nigeria is 26 years in an unbroken democracy today, and 2 years of the Tinubu administration. So I want you to do an assessment, a quick one, of what you've seen being done, targeted at young people like you, and whether you're or not you're satisfied and what can be done differently. Tinubu administration.
Okay, I would say that...
I hope you're not a politician. But go ahead anyway.
Yes, I would say that the government has performed fairly well, but it is still not enough. We need better things done. Take, for instance, I've spoken about the inclusion. I've also discussed the improvement of the system. He spoke about agriculture. Yes, you can plant the crops and you can do all of those things, but once you don't have good transportation system, good storage system, it will fail eventually. Another thing we spoke about is the curriculum. Yes, we must move from theoretical to practical perspective. So yes, these are the things that the government can work on to improve the system and also make the youth lives better, essentially. So that would be my closing remark.
Dr. Lillian?
Yes, thank you very much. So I would say the points already raised very key, and we do so far, yes, some efforts are being made, but we need more because largely the youth still feel unheard, and we need our leaders to listen, to our needs and help. We want to feel empowered. We want to be giving more opportunities. We want to, even in job creations, I can see that, yes, there are vocational centers where people are, taught skills and things like that. And, beyond those ones, we also need capital, right? So that people can be encouraged. If you learn a skill, you don't have the money to start, the business. It's also a difficulty. So capital funding, it's very important. So, and also, like he mentioned, it's also very important that in any situation where you're trying to fix a problem, it's important that you include the people that, you're trying to help. So youths being involved, putting us also in the position of power where we can also make decisions for ourselves is very important. So letting us in, and just wanting the government and the leaders to know that we are allies. We also want the country to grow, and we want to support. We just want, them to feel like, they're welcoming us and allowing us to also contribute in every way that we can.
All right, thank you, Dr. Lillian. Toyin?
Oh, my closing, I will say I will plead with the Nigerian government. As I'm here, I'm hoping to support, to help any way I can help. As I'm getting support here, and I'm very open. I've spoken with some of the people in the government, and they've reached out to me in many ways. I'm hoping to do whatever it takes to replicate what we have here over there, and even to do a reciprocating economy between us here and Nigeria, which will create a boom in a way that we don't, that many of our people that I've discussed with, they don't understand it, but I am going to say this now. Nigeria have the best, we have so much potential. With the 70% youth in Nigeria, that's a huge capital. The whole world, the population now, the population is dwindling everywhere in the world, but Nigeria is right here. So I can see the future within 10 years. Nigeria is going to be massive because the youth, there's a lot of potential in the Nigerian youth. I always say this to everybody, and then before I close, I say the best thing God did was made me a Nigerian, because We are special people. There's nothing we can't do. What is the way? There's the way. I'm telling you guys, I know that. I can see it. No matter where we go, we excel.
The conversation is just starting. On that note of optimism, I have to thank all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Lillian Ochai, public health physician at LU, thank you so much for coming. Timothy Ayorinde, President, Law Faculty at UNILAG, thank you so much. And also Toyin Kayo Ajayi, thank you so much, founder of Canadian Black Farmers Association. As I did highlight, the conversation is just starting. We've only just started. So please take your notes. It's going to be interactive as much as possible. We'll take a break right now and we'll be back with the next segment. Please stay with us.
What we're seeing is just the early days of what AI could actually do.
AI, for us, is a tool.
So we train AI systems that are able to do different tasks in healthcare, agriculture, on and on.
Africa is young. Africa is innovative.
Africa has unique challenges.
Western companies, big tech companies, aren't as invested in our problems and our unique experiences. So there's an opportunity for Africans to build our own data sets, to build our AI model.
I forget we're in Africa sometimes. I forget we're Africans. Most of the things are not built with us in mind. So we have to find our way to interact and to know what role that we play in that space.
We believe in artificial intelligence and we know that it's working and it's really helping us.
There is great promise, but also great fear.
There's no need to fear it. And as long as there is humans behind the technology, we're going to all enhance or embrace this superpower enabling technologies.
Stay connected to the world with Channels TV Podcast and get all the trending stories. Simply log on to channelstv.com. Click on podcast, select the program of your choice, and listen. Our podcast is available on Apple, Google, and Spotify. Tap the expertise you trust. Touch the stories that touch you. Anytime, anywhere.
For her. Say I go carry my mama, my papa, and my friends with. Oi, 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 everybody say mama go. Mama go. Mama go. Mama go. Yeah, I don't chop, I don't enter. Something happened that's never happened before. Listen, this one will be na kupenda. Ebele chuku give me hot for Owa chuku. Take my word to her. Owa chuku. I dey craze for her. Owa chuku. Say I go carry my mama, my papa, and my friends. We go gather go take her from Owa chuku. Chuku, 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 chuku. Ebele chuku, I'm coming for you, chuku. Chuku, chuku, chuku. We go gather go take her from Owa chuku. Mama go. Mama go, mama go, mama go. I'll give you international flex. You go there your body anywhere you there. You go do re mi fa sa ba mi fa mi re do re la ti. Oh boy, oh. Take my word to her. I dey craze for a belly chuku. See I go carry my mama, my papa, and my friends. We go gotta go get her from chuku, 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 chuku. Ebele chuku, ebele chuku, 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 chuku.
You put your hands together for the one and only A surprise for you, Harry Song, please. Yes. What will a youth forum be like without
entertainment?
Some level of excitement and entertainment like this. So one more time, please give it up for Harry Song, award-winning artist, singer, songwriter. Harry, I think you can play literally everything, right?
Yes.
What is it that you cannot play?
I will think about that one. For now, I know I can play literally.
So how many instruments can you play?
I play the drums, I play the keyboard, I play guitar, I play flute, almost everything. I have ideas of almost everything.
Fantastic. So welcome to the program. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, so this segment, we're going to be talking to creatives. We're going to be talking to people within the creative economies. It's one of the segments or the sectors that I like to celebrate. The reason is simple. They build from ground zero. Nobody gave them a chance like Nollywood and some of these artists. Now everybody wants to associate with these guys. And because of what they've done today, Nigeria is literally on the global map. So one more time, let's give it for all of Nigeria's creatives. Well, Harry will not be doing this alone. We're being joined by a digital creator himself, who is joining us virtually, Mr. Eric Gugwa. He joins us virtually. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Gugwa. Yes. Yeah, surprise, surprise, right? So, Eric, the last time I had a conversation, I say you deceived us like T-Pain. If you know T-Pain, how many of you know T-Pain? So a lot of people thought T-Pain could not sing. Eric, welcome. I want to just spoil your business a little bit. So a lot of people did not know T-Pain could actually sing until he sang Tennessee Whiskey with his vocals. And yes. So it was actually a creative decision, not that he didn't have powerful vocals to drive it. So when I used to watch Eric on TikTok, actually, I thought he couldn't speak English properly. But he's going to surprise you today. Are you ready for the surprise? Okay, let's come to Harry first. Let's talk to you about your journey. Harry, how's it been?
It's been amazing. It didn't start this amazing. But the thing is, when I started, it was just pictures and belief. You know, I saw today. You know, I saw myself on big stages. Saw myself in the world, you know, singing, performing, and those pictures just kept me going and believing, because what I just knew that I got was the gift, the talent. I know I have this gift. I know how to sing. I can create music, you know. But I needed platform, and I needed people to believe that I've got this gift, you know. So the thing was that. It just kept me improving on myself, things that I didn't know how to do, because I was a music director for 10 years, you know, in Church of God Mission. And those opportunities just helped me groom myself in playing these instruments, learning how to do these other things, and both in production also, you know. But the thing is, when you have the gift, the first thing is to believe in yourself. You believe in yourself that you can do it, and you must keep improving. You know, because when you stop improving, you are going to stay at a certain level where express go past you according to street. You understand? And you don't want to make express pass you. You know, so you have to just keep evolving and keep improving. Because when we started promotion, it was like you have to go from door to door. That sometimes you have to go on the street to promote. But now you see, everything is almost digital. You understand? So you have to influence your own product right now. So it started from one room, and now we're parlor now.
Thanks be to God.
Thanks be to God.
Oh, well, Eric, it's so good to see you. The part I really like about your presentation is that we don't do that here. Well, there are a lot of things that we do here. When you're done with your word of, will I say, admonition, you say, no, I see some of you want to mention. Don't mention. We don't do that here. Well, tonight, I want you to speak to what has informed your content, what has informed the content of your content. Because some people will say, oh, digital content, you know, it's just about putting anything out there. You have a lot of people who are putting out, you know, anything. And the crazier it is, the more popular it is. But you have chosen a niche which is not exactly very popular, which is growing to become popular by the day, but it would seem that you didn't mind that you would not be popular at first. So tell me, what informed your decision to go into what I'll call, you know, the reminder of what it means to just have common sense? Let me put it that way.
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me very clearly?
Yes, indeed, I can.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. I think I will start from where my big bro here, Harry, what he just talked about. He said, the first thing is you have to believe in yourself. I think for me, when I started out, I believed that I had something that people needed to hear. If you don't have that, if you don't believe yourself to a point of almost delusion, right? I don't think you have the right to demand that any other person believes in your vision if you don't commit to it on that level. So especially when you are trying to do something that is not as popular, that is not as mainstream, that is not as as trendy as what other people are doing, you have got to believe in yourself to an incredible degree in order to pull that off. So talking about where I started, I think it all started from the place where I believe that I have a message that people need to hear. And then obviously from the message, from the content, that's from the message part, we now start going into things like, how do we now make it more presentable? How do we now, add things to it, add things like humor, add things like, you don't even need a hook if you don't have content in the first place. So if you get that sorted, then that's a launch pad for other things.
Mm. Well, you have since, I don't want to use the word evolved, but maybe that's what it is, because I'm sure that when you started, it wasn't like this. It's now where it is. And you've delved into issues that are sometimes controversial. Sometimes they might, also elicit a backlash. And we're dealing in a world where, likes, share, clicks?
Clickbaiting?
No, not clickbaiting now. I'm looking for the like, share, and what have you, is the metrics by which your success is measured in that world. How are you dealing with some of the backlash that comes from content that you are convinced of the world needs to hear, messaging that the world needs to hear, but could prove controversial?
Well, like you already mentioned, it's about being convinced first of all. And being convinced by something that is not just yourself, because everybody's right in their own eyes, in a certain way. But then if you're convinced by a belief system, whether you're Christian, you're Muslim, you're whatever it is, whatever faith you subscribe to, whatever path that you've chosen, if you're convinced on that level, and for me, it's my faith. My faith informs everything. I don't think that backlash is something worthy enough to review your stance. If your stance is I'm looking for the phrase to use, but if you're not convinced in your stance enough for and then it comes to a point where backlash makes you review that, I don't think it's something you should be feeding people. Expectation of outcry, of that kind of outburst, is something that we have normal, especially if you're in a niche like this, right? If I'm going to quote the words of somebody like Jesus, he says, if you're talking about something that I talked about, they hate me, they will hate you too. So that's something that you settle on your inside. And that mindset kind of now informs how you deal with those things, because you already knew that they are going to come, right? It just depends on when. When you break into a new social media space like X, which is a very fantastic place to be. And I say that very sarcastically. But yeah, you expect these things to happen. And then when they happen, you choose whether to let it get to you or not. For somebody like me, I've been doing content right now this is my 13th year, and I have experienced it all. People who are trying to drag me for the things that I believe in, I think they're a little late to the party. So experience also helps you, build that skin, build that conviction, build that ability to continue to push even in the midst of opposition.
I asked that question, you know, from the place of, you know, the theme we had for the Children's Day. Just 2 days ago was Children's Day, and part of the theme was bullying. Part of what has now come to the fore is cyberbullying, which a lot of young people are having to contend with. And in some instances, we've seen how it's led to suicide when people maybe do not like their post, do not approve of them, or they're seeking external validation. So it's important to learn from you how people like you are handling, you know, the, will I say, backlash and controversial posts that people might not exactly agree with. But we've since been joined now by Mr. Ni Akimolayan, who is a filmmaker and director. Welcome to the program.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Well, this is what we're dealing with now. We're looking at the challenges that creatives face. I mean, a lot of people now want to be creatives, but we know that it's not as easy as it looks on the outside. So do you want to share with us some of the challenges, or will I say some of the joys first, before we go to the challenges? What are some of the joys that you have had that have convinced you that this is the path that you want to be on as a creative?
All right, so I think the unique thing about creativity is that when you break down that word to create, it means a lot when you're in that space, because what you're actually doing is you're making something out of nothing. And there is nothing as rewarding as that. So, for instance, I'm a filmmaker. I first think about an idea. Maybe I think about an idea of a guy who discovers, you know, a robot or an alien. And it's all in my head. Then I put it down on paper. Next thing you know, I have a bunch of people who I can share the idea with, who believe as much in the idea. And a couple of months down the line, we're on set filming. And before you know it, we're showing it to thousands and thousands of people all over the world. There is nothing like it. So from just the sheer feeling you get, knowing that something was first in your head and now everyone is sharing, even though they do not understand where you got that from, it's extreme joy, and there is nothing that measures up to it. So if we're talking about the joy of creativity, it is the reward that comes from bringing something out of nothing.
So we're going to go to the challenges as quickly as possible, because it's important. Before you came in, I did talk about the exciting story of Nollywood, building from ground zero. There's a lot more that can be done. So the quick comparison as to the potential Nollywood has is what's going on in Hollywood, for instance, in California. California, I think, is at some point was the sixth, I don't know what it is right now, the sixth largest economy in the world as a state. And Silicon Valley and Hollywood is responsible. So for context, at some point, the GDP of California was bigger than the GDP of the entire Africa put together. That's how it is. So for you, given the fact that you built from nothing to this point, what are some of the things that you're looking at that government is not seizing the opportunity on that has to be as quickly as possible so that we don't end up exporting this industry rather than creating something from here? I'll give you an example. Netflix and all of these guys who have taken over that space. So,
well, I mean, it's two different questions in one. The first one is about challenges. Personally, the challenge you have as a creative, the biggest challenge you have is self-doubt. You know, you're always unsure. You're never too sure you're doing the right thing. Because you're always going to need validation. You know, I heard you talking about validation as the trigger for a lot of the bullying out there. But that's a deep-seated thing that happens to us as creative. You know, am I doing the right thing? You know, oh, I just made my film last year and everybody likes it. Will everybody like my next film? You know, will everybody like the next thing that I'm working on? You constantly have to deal with that. But once you accept that that's part of the process, that's part of the thing that makes you a creative, ultimately you live through that and you become bigger than that. Now, when it comes to the government, it always feels like the solutions are plain and they're right in front of us, but we just never seem to want to do the work. So when you mention companies like Netflix and Prime, the only reason they got their foot on the soil was because they saw something, and that thing is that they saw that there was demand. You know, there was a lot of demand for our content, especially from our people, whether it's our people right here in the country or in diaspora, and then they saw an opportunity there. we always miss the fact that the opportunities are right in front of us, but we never wake up to it until someone from the outside world, someone from America, someone from California, or in this case, Silicon Valley, when they see that opportunity. What the government needs to be doing differently right now is they need to start engaging people who are actually doing the work. And what we see most of the time is you see a lot of big government events, fancy events. They even travel outside the country to do events. And then you're like, but you're not talking to the people actually making the film. So if you look at some of the films that I've made, I've been involved in some of the biggest titles, whether it is directly, as a director, producer, Lisha B, King of Thieves, or even the Seven Doors that you're looking at as, post-production company, and multiple filmmakers who have constantly, every year, put the industry out there and shown the possibilities. The government needs to come talk to people who are actively working and say, what do you need to make this work better?
And sorry to interrupt you, but quickly, because we're talking also, while we're having this conversation, it's 2 years of the Bola Tinubu administration, and we're told that that was one of the things that was going to change with this administration, that they were going to engage the real people involved. It's 2 years down the line. Has anything happened?
No, it's not happening. And I can tell you why. When the big streamers pulled out of the market, the Netflix and the Amazons, we, the filmmakers, we just woke up and we saw emails. And we're like, but this isn't just some random company that pushed a few filmmakers. The government, is aware of it. The government tax, these people. How come the government is even aware of some of the changes? Because that made a huge shift in how we're now doing the productions that we're doing. Typically, people will make films and then they know that there is a revenue stream that is coming down the line from the streamers, but that's gone now. The government didn't do anything to cushion that. Of course, the reason they left is largely because of the devaluation of the Naira and the fact that, it didn't make any sense to be paying the amount that they were paying for license, and it became a big deal. And we've never had a time where the government particularly sat down and said, hey, for those of you that have been affected by this, where are the cushion points? Where can we make this work for you? But more importantly, a government that knows that there is an opportunity for an industry, for a sector, has to position itself in a way that the industry constantly benefits extra because they have access to the government. So an example, if you want to encourage a lot more inflow into Nollywood, for example, we need to figure out how to make Hollywood film even in Nigeria. Right now, the only model we're thinking of is, we're going to make whatever thing we make and we'll figure out a way to sell it. That's not how you grow the industry. Hollywood productions are happening in China, they're happening in India, they're happening in South Africa, for example. One of our biggest exports, Children of Blood and Bone, from a brilliant, talented, Nigerian writer. It's not even being filmed in Nigeria. It's ridiculous. That's something that we need to constantly sit down and say, hey, how do we make this environment? So fine, we understand all the policy that has gone around, foreign exchange and devaluation and the fuel subsidy. Those are economic decisions that have to be made. But how do you now start engaging when they go out and they do all those fancy meetings in Paris and all those places? How do you engage these people and say, hey, come, there is land for you. There is tax benefits for you. There are all these opportunities. Bring all those dollars, engage our people, work with our people. Let's figure out something where we can benefit. That is one way to solve that problem, and we never really had it.
All right.
Harrison, let me just quickly pose one to him before. It's interesting. I'm really very pleased at the fact that we have film, music, and digital content creation here. And digital music, in some ways, has grown over the years. First, in the light of how we see musicians, that has, but I think it's also largely improved because musicians are making it, in quotes, and they're also able to make it because of the different, because you also mentioned something about being an influencer. You have to influence your own music for it to be able to, make progress, make waves, so to speak. What other challenges would you say have lain in the way of that? Because, yes, we understand that piracy was a big deal. Yes. I don't know if it still is, given the many other streams, Spotify and co, that you can put your music on. Yes. How much of that is still a challenge, given these other new challenges that, or will I say new channels that musicians are able to explore to make sure that their music actually brings in the required money?
Okay. For piracy, I think we're like 70%. We've won that battle like 70%, because now when you put out a product, you put out like a song, you can, if you say you want to invest, let's say I want to put this song out, I want to put reggae blues out, and I'm putting 10,000 naira, I'm putting 20,000 naira online to sponsor it. And I want people in Lagos, in Enugu, in so place to view this. You can see your back end, you can make back that money. Now online, it's easier for us to plug these things and make back money. But what are the challenges? It's that we still have the largest numbers of very talented young people in Africa, because every day we breed them and they come up. And what do they need? You will hear them talk about platform and little grants to start up, because most of the times we have record labels here, and record labels here will have to sort for funds to be able to sponsor some of these artists. And that's why you have the clash, maybe sometimes at the middle or before the contract expires. You have artists fighting with record labels. This one is breaking up, this one is not staying. You understand? Because some of the record labels will now see the business as a game. This artist feed blow, if it no blow. If you understand, if you work for me, if it no work for me. But if we have the government coming in to say, okay, this is like a grant, or this is what it is, this is what it is that. We can give you this. You are sure of these artists, we can give you this. Because go to the people that really are producing these artists. Get to the people, to the record labels, to the managements that are really producing these artists. They have the numbers, they know the people, they are sure. Some of them now have academy where they breed these artists and say, okay, this fund is available, all right? This artist is coming out so time. What time can you start your production, and when can we have feedbacks, and how can we get back our returns? They already have the platform. So if the government can come and have a one-on-one with these guys, they have these grants, they are sure of that, the challenge will be like 5%, and I think we'll be good.
Harry, let me say with you before I go to Eric. And my concern is a few things. It's a bit convoluted, but you help me unpack it. On one hand, our GDP per capita is quite low, less than $1,000.
Correct.
As we stand. The devaluation has affected us tremendously. Correct. So we see most of our artists, selling out venues outside Nigeria. In fact, right now, blowing in Nigeria doesn't mean just blowing. The measure of your blowing is how much of O2 you can pack out.
You can pack out, yes.
Yet these are our talents. How can we reverse that? Because that's within our capacity. What can be done? Quickly before I go to Eric.
Most of the times, you will hear musicians here in Nigeria complaining that our people don't buy tickets, and the people outside the country, they buy their tickets. Our people don't buy the music. They hack the sound. They hack the sound. So you don't make the money invested into that particular song. So that's why most of the times when you check your back end of your maybe your iTunes from London, from the UK, from different other countries, you can see how much that these people have bought the music, and they buy and they pay. And you have Nigerians that we want to try to see how they can cut corners to still get that same music. So that's where we come with the pirates. So when you have a structure, we need a structure to be able to lock this system so that what goes in will be sure of what we have calculated that will come out. And it will make us to know that we are sure of this music and this money here, and we can now put back what we are getting to this place and do the concerts here, knowing that if we can protect the music, then we can also sell the tickets. So the first thing is to learn how to protect the music so we can get what goes in, so that we can be sure of selling the tickets. The government will still come in to play in this kind of situation, because government is government. I think coming to the people that know how to do the business, that have the experiences and the platforms, with one-on-one with them, settling and saying, this is what we want to bring, this is what we can do, what are your challenges? And with what I'm saying right now, if we can have this conversation, not just here on TV, but knowing that they really want to sort it, I think we'll progress.
Eric, I'll also throw the question to you as to, the question will be for you will be, how much of protection do you think creators, content creators, digital creators like you need from the government? The reason I ask that is it feels like when creators have done the best they can and they begin to hear about regulating the social media in that sense, they don't feel protected. They feel like, okay, we have made it now. You want to come and get whatever you want to come and get out from us. So for you, what kind of protection is required to give you confidence in the government to be able to do the business you're doing?
I mean, this is a space that is still, it's not very new, but it's still a space that is developing. It's still a space that is still growing a lot. And in terms of protection, I think that policies actually need to come into place that specifically take people in this space into consideration. And, obviously, we've got to see that the government is not just saying that, we're supporting this, we're rolling out initiatives and audio promises like that. A time has to come where we see in the policies that are being made that influencers, digital content creators are people that the government, care about, in quotes. I would say in terms of protection, I mean, creators go through a lot of stuff. Creating, especially for people who don't do videos like mine, for people who try to get more creative, I know there are people that cause nuisances or make a nuisance with the pranks that prank kind of content and stuff like that. But sometimes when creators go out to shoot content, they're constantly being harassed, constantly. If it's not from, people in the locality, it's from law enforcement and things like that. A period has to come where the government makes policies and puts things into place to see that at least on that level, creators are protected.
Eric Gugwa, thank you so much for your thoughts. Eric Gugwa is a digital content creator, fantastic guy. I watch you on TikTok, and I'm sure a lot of people watch him as well.
I watch him on Instagram.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you have family here, as well as Harry Song, superstar, singer-songwriter, award-winning artist. Thank you so much for your thoughts as well, because we are trying to see that this is a business and it stays a business, even though it's entertainment. Mr. Ni Akimolayo, filmmaker and director, award-winning as well. What have you not won? Literally everything. Thank you as well for coming to the program. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, we'll take a quick break. When we come back after this break, we'll get to another leg of the conversation. There's a lot to unpack. It's about 5-hour conversation. We've just done about, how many now?
Maybe about 1.
Just. So we're just getting started. We'll be back after this.
2 years ago, birthed the administration of a renewed hope agenda led by His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, despite the numerous challenges our nation faced when he took the reins of leadership. Today, I can proudly say that Mr. President has shown real commitment and courage in tackling these issues. We have witnessed significant progresses under this agenda, from improved power generation and reduced inflation to increased revenue and economic growth. I am particularly impressed by the clearing of foreign exchange backlogs, the rise in crude oil production, the boost in trade surplus, and the introduction of a unified forex system, not to mention the rollout of the student loan scheme and major strides in the solid mineral sector. Mr. President, your leadership continues to inspire hope across the country. Warmly congratulations on the occasion of your second anniversary in office and a remarkable milestone. Signed, Mohammed Abubakar Adamu, MNI retired, former Inspector General of Police.
I, Mohammed Shehu, the Executive Chairman of Soba Local Government Area, heartily congratulate our amiable governor and leader, distinguished Senator Ubasani, on his 2 years anniversary. Your Excellency, your 2 years in office has brought real transformation in Soba local government through the establishment of a skills acquisition center, total rehabilitation of Soba General Hospital, and construction of strategic roads, among other projects. I join all well-meaning citizens of Kaduna State to pray for Allah's protection on your administration and assure you that the entire good people of Soba local government are in total support of your administration. Congratulations, Your Excellency. Signed, Mohammed Shehu, Executive Chairman, Soba Local Government Area. On behalf of the Kaduna State Ministry of Business, Innovation and Technology, I, Mrs. Patience Fakay, extend our warmest congratulations to His Excellency, Senator Ubasani, our amiable governor of Kaduna State, on his 2 years in office. It has been 2 years of tireless efforts, unwavering dedication and visionary leadership towards transforming our dear Kaduna State. Under Governor Sani's leadership, Kaduna has witnessed significant strides in tackling insecurity through a multifaceted approach, promoting peace and development through community engagement and inclusive governance. Your Excellency, we are proud of your accomplishments in the areas of infrastructure development, youth empowerment, agriculture revitalization, and most importantly, your tireless efforts in transforming Kaduna State into a hub for business innovation and technology. Your Excellency, we join other well-meaning citizens of Kaduna State to celebrate your achievements and pray for sustained progress and prosperity of our dear state under your able leadership. Congratulations. Signed, Mrs. Patience Fakay, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Business, Innovation and Technology, Kaduna State.
Niger, it's time to rise to victory because season 10 is here.
That you did not come and greet. I'm coming for the crown.
Nigerian Idol needs to bang. You're actually my idol. And say yes from me. That was good.
I'm here for revenge.
I'm speechless. 10 seasons of unforgettable talent.
That's the best performance I've had today.
10 seasons of breathtaking performances. And this year, we celebrate the journey like never before.
I'm actually speechless.
I love you.
You're a superstar.
This is more than a competition. It's a celebration of music, passion, and dreams. It's your voice and your victory. Don't miss the biggest season yet. Nigerian Idol Season 10.
Sponsored by Biggie for every moment.
On behalf of staff and management of Kaduna State Internal Revenue Service, I, Comrade Jerry Adams, the Executive Chairman, heartily felicitates with our dynamic governor, Senator Ubasani, on his 2 years in office. Your Excellency, your 2 years in office has indeed transformed Kaduna State's revenue profile. Your leadership and strategic initiatives have yielded impressive results, positioning our state for sustained economic growth and development. Congratulations on this remarkable achievement. We wish you well as you continue to lead Kaduna State to the path of progress and prosperity. Congratulations, Your Excellency. Signed, Comrade Jerry Adams, Executive Chairman, Kaduna State Internal Revenue Service. I, Honorable Rayyan Hussain, the Executive Chairman of Kaduna South Local Government Area, warmly congratulate our dynamic Governor, Senator Ubasani, on his 2 years in office. Your Excellency, your leadership and vision have been instrumental in driving development, peace and security in our dear Kaduna State. Your efforts to improve infrastructure, healthcare and education have not gone unnoticed, and we, the good people of Kaduna South Local Government Area, appreciate your hard work. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your selfless service and leadership over the past 2 years. Your initiatives have made a positive impact in Kaduna South Local Government in particular and the entire state. May Allah guide you to succeed. Sign, Honorable Rayyan Hussain, Executive Chairman, Kaduna South Local Government Area. Stay connected to the world with Channels TV Podcast and get all the trending stories. Simply log on to channelstv.com. Click on podcast, select the program of your choice, and listen. Our podcast is available on Apple, Google, and Spotify. Tap the expertise you trust. Touch the stories that touch you. Anytime, anywhere. On behalf of the Council and the entire people of Kaduna North Local Government Area, I, Honorable Muhammad Gambo, congratulate His Excellency, Distinguished Senator Ubasani, on his 2 years in office as the Executive Governor of Kaduna State. Your Excellency, in the last 2 years, your administration has been one of impactful leadership, characterized by massive infrastructure and human capital development, improved security, and agricultural revitalization. Under your leadership, Kaduna North local government has witnessed significant transformation with the construction of several roads, primary healthcare centers, rehabilitation of many schools, among other projects. As you mark your 2 years anniversary, we pray for Allah's guidance and protection for your administration and pledge our unflinching support to your government. Signed, Honorable Muhammad Gambo, Executive Chairman, Kaduna North Local Government Area.
The council chamber is filled with members of the planning committee for the National Youth Conference being organized by the federal government. The 30-day conference is to address critical issues facing the country's youths, including unemployment, education, and political participation. Also in attendance is the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, some ministers, aides to the President, and some members of the National Assembly. The President is here to inaugurate the planning committee for the conference, and the Minister of Youth Development is clear about the government's readiness to engage with the country's youth.
The government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is ready to listen to the voice of the young people of this country. This is why the President has approved the National Youth Conference as a platform for the youth to contribute productively.
A member of the committee, speaking on their behalf, thanked the President for the initiative and put forward some requests.
One, ensuring that there's adequate funding that is provided, for the conference, because the success of this conference is hinged on government support. Your Excellency, if this conference is going to succeed, it needs to be insulated from bureaucratic bottlenecks. That way it will accelerate the conversations on the conference, but more importantly, the implementation thereof.
The President assured the committee that his administration's policies are focused on the youth.
You are the hope of this country. Everything hangs in your future. Every decision that I've taken is about you. It's about tomorrow. You have the great opportunity of advancing the development of this country. It's all in your hands.
On the issue of implementation, the President had this to say.
Mine is to help navigate and push and lift the heavyweight problems. Look at me in the face. Tell me whatever you think is wrong and the way you want this done, or suggestions. We try to implement all of it as long as it is for the prosperity of this country.
He encouraged them to employ technology in every way possible and assured them that everything will be done to make Nigeria a better place. From the presidential villa, Lanre Lasisi, Channels Television News.
Welcome back. Our next guest is a voice many young Nigerians recognize, both in the streets and in the halls of policy. Honorable Ayodele Olawande, Minister of State for Youth Development, he's now the Minister for Youth Development, represents a generation of leadership that is closer in age and experience to the very demographic this program focuses on. I mean, how can we have a whole conversation without the Minister of Youth? Since his appointment in 2023, he's consistently pushed for deeper youth engagement in governance, practical skills development, and sustainable empowerment models. His approach combines grassroots connection with policy-level advocacy, challenging institutions to move beyond rhetoric and into real, measurable impact. Tonight, he joins us not just as a policymaker, but as someone who has walked alongside the youth, listening, learning, and leading. Honorable Minister Olawande Ayodele, thank you so much for joining us on the program this evening. Well, let me start with this question to you. You have been talking about not just representing young people in government. You are a young person. And for young people, oftentimes there is always this disconnect between them and those who lead them. How are you maintaining the trust that young people should have in you, that you will represent their best interests in government?
Thank you very much. And I think this is a very good question, because for me, I've always said this, that for the past years, there have been a disconnect between the government and the youth. If not for this government, I don't think this is the first time we're having a 30s as a Minister of Youth to handle the Ministry of Youth. And this is not the first time, actually, but this is also another time that we're having a Ministry of Youth on itself, because everything is about youth and sport. And there is going to be a diversion of a lot of things in sports, not in youth development. So when people talked about criticism about government and all that, I said 40 years. If 40 years is a long span for somebody not to be with the government, for a government not to hear from his youth, for a youth not to see government, for a youth not to touch government in any way, and for a youth not to feel government. So I find it not a disconnecting for like a young person or a government saying that they are not together. They cannot be together because the youth cannot feel the government, they can't see the government, and there is no good representation. So as a Minister of Youth, when I was Minister of State, I did a very, I won't call it laudable because I can't praise myself, but I did something. I actually want to know what the youth in every zone feels. I visited local governments, not even state, and I visited over 28 states. Just want to know the difference between what the youth in the local area want and the youth in the city want.
What did you find?
And I discovered that the youth in the northeast is different from the youth in the southwest. What they need in south-south is different from what they need in the southeast.
Can you give us a sample?
Like, when I go to Gombe State, I discovered that what the youth are looking for, they are much more conversant in sports. They want to hear you talking to them on Greek. And it's different from the youth in Chibok, because I visited there.
What did the youth in Chibok tell you?
I discovered that the youth in Chibok are looking for survivor because of the minority side they have and because of the religions ethnic. And I also discovered that the youth in the South-South is different because the agitations about bringing an industry, putting themselves together, thinking that there is a tip of Niger Delta stuff in them. They are not being carried along. They want to be part of the system, or probably some part of them we talk about leaders. So I try to have an engagement in 28 states just to feel what they really need, or probably what they want in their affairs of whatever locations they have.
So the assumption here is that you've been able to collate empirically by having a conversation with these people within the grassroots area of exactly what they want. So when you're making a presentation to the president, you're in cabinet, what exactly do you tell him as what is urgent for the youth?
First, in October 24, I discovered that even in 2024 alone, 2024 budget alone in government, we have over 896 youth initiatives. And I asked myself, where are these initiatives? So the first thing that we did, and we put to the FEC as a Minister of Youth, not Minister of State now, Minister of Youth, was to have a dashboard of the youth initiatives we have. Different from what the government have, we also have those initiatives that are brought into government, into the country, by private sectors, societies, and all that, and over $400,000 we have also bring into the country. And I asked myself, where are all those monies? And still, we still complain about unemployment, we still complain about our mental health, we complain about insecurity, protections for young people and all that. So we sat down and we have a youth, we worked, because the president also appoints an SA to the youth on initiative, monitoring and delivery. To work with each other, we have a dashboard now that we have all youth initiative. After putting all that, we now discovered that 2.5% of the youth initiative generally we have is in Ministry of Youth. So you have larger part of over 22.5% in agric, you have others in tech, you have others, spread all about. So we need to put it on the dashboard, go to the Federal Executive Council, ask, we are not saying that bring it to the Ministry of Youth, no. Because probably they may have a mandate that said the initiative should be in their ministry. But again, let's have a youth desk in that ministry, whereby these youth desks, we put them together, we call all the MDAs, we have a strategic meeting with the SA to the president on policy delivery in Addis Ababa, and we put all these things together. And now, the FEC approved that we should have a youth desk whereby we can reach out. We even want to know what you are doing, so that we will come just an occasion like this and said, see, there is youth initiative in this ministry, there is youth initiative in this ministry, you can get this in this MDA. And I can give you an example. Naseni, Smildan, even BO High, even Ministry of Agric. And again, some part of Ministry of Budget and budgeting of giving youth some intensive scheme that we're trying to come up with again now. So we have all these things, and the Federal Executive Council gave us pass that there should be a youth desk that will be an intermediary between Ministry of Youth and other ministries. So that's the first thing we did. And we now put the dashboard relating with all private sectors. We have a meeting with the private sector. We want to know the problem that we don't have unemployment, because we also know that government cannot employ everybody. So civil servants is there, then we should drive more on private sector. So we had a meeting with them and put everything together, and we want to form a body, a structure that all youth initiative will be driven well, and it can get to every local area, because I'm much more concerned about that.
Okay, let me quickly bring this issue of the National Youth Summit in. I mean, we opening this program, we spoke to what President Bola Tinubu did in the speech he gave October 1 last year, and now we know that in the first quarter of this year, from the report we also played, that he's inaugurated a committee to make sure that that youth, is it conference now, happens?
Youth confab.
Yeah, youth confab. When is that? When are you planning to host that?
Yeah, very soon. The youth confab.
Very soon is not a date, Honorable Minister. Very soon.
I know you are going to ask me the date, but he has a procedure.
Yes.
If you really, I've said this again. I said in government, and as a youth, and I'm also part of the youth, and that is why I'm bold enough to say this. Fine, my generation want things quick. But I've also realized that there is nothing you can get without proper planning.
Okay, so give us a time frame.
So for us, in a couple of days, we are going to, we are going to come up with the first layer of it, which is the launching of a portal, because we want transparency. A lot of people have said that this confab is all about politics. I'm a politician, no doubt. I'm even a practicing politician. But again, we want to do it differently for the first time. And we want to see, maybe we can get, which we are going to get, a different result.
So you want to launch a portal?
We are going to launch a portal, a website.
For young people to register?
Yes, people to register.
So will everyone who registers be able to attend?
It's going to the grassroots. Let me explain to you. The first set of it is 30 days. The president approved 30 days, and that is 4 weeks. The first 1 week, we want to see how we can engage the young people in all the 364 federal constituencies we have. Okay. We want to see how we will go from there to the zona. We want to see, to the six geopolitical zones we have. We want to see how we can engage them and say, okay, this is what you need in this geopolitical zone. We've tried the federal constituency, and don't forget, all these federal constituencies are those, let me use the House of Representatives as an example. They are those in contact with those people in the grassroots. Because again, the reason why we are trying to push this forward is that
I discovered during my visit that a lot of young people leave their local area. They come to the city, and nothing is happening in the city. A lot of people want to travel from Nigeria to UK. What is happening in UK is simple. Many people cannot stay in London because they develop their local government areas or other states they are. So I find it that, see, a lot of youth, we have a lot of potentials that a youth can drive on in their local areas. So I looked at it that let us engage them in their local area for the first week. The second week, let's go to the zona and let's see what connects us together.
So, Honorable Minister, so you're basically talking about mobility of labor. So let's talk about people that suspect the conference to be, okay, we've had conferences. So what is the end game of this? So they can cite the national confab, they can cite papers that are gathering dust after all of these conferences are done. Some are saying, oh, this is a political mobilization for 2027. What's your answer?
Okay, my answer is this. I said it the other time. I said, political office holders, critics, and all those things will come onto this. And I think this would be, okay, I'm not attending now, I'm a minister. I've attended like 2 conferences, confabs for the young people. And I said, we want to do it differently for those that are going to participate. And that is why I said, nearly will you see if 360,000 young people are participating in the federal constituency, and we have on the zonal level, and we also have the bringing it. And what we are saying is that, see, we want to have a conference that at the end of the day, we have the structure that implementation will go in the administrative way, implementation will go in the legislative way, and implementation will go to do a follow-up later. And this structure is simple, that now, even at the committee level, nobody is in the committee as individual. We have from Ministry of Interior, you are representing a ministry at the whatever you are doing. Whatever we are doing there, we want to make sure that at the end of the conference, I'm a minister. I should be able to provide the communique, the policy we made on education, on whatever we do. I should be able to present it. I should be able to present it at FEC and said, this is an executive direction to this. It should be passed. We have the legislators, and that is why we have the committees in the National Assembly, both at the Senate and at the Rep. We put them together and say, see, you must be part of this, so that everything that is going to happen legislative can go to them. And we said, okay, the civil society and the others, I said, okay, we can put this together too. We want to have a representation. And in the judiciary, because there's something that is going to deal with the act and all these things, and implementation of policies that a lot of young people does not have access to. I'll give you an example. When you talked about National Youth Service Corps today, since 1973, a lot of my brothers have passed through this. I have also passed through this. Maybe I'm in my early stage, so not quite long we did this. And see, what has been happened there before for over years should need a reform. So we're also going to bring it back inside this confab, despite the fact that we have a reform committee set up now, but we are still bringing it back and see what can we do to turn it to a corporateurship, so that it's not going to be in a head that you want to go and serve your father's land. You want to go and serve yourself. You want to create impact in yourself. There's this kind of issues that are going to come up on this confab. So we are setting the space so that a lot of young people will have a confidence that for the first time of having a young person as minister, is taking a space to be with them at the grassroots and to also set a space in the policy making.
Honorable Minister, we're going to be hearing from this audience who will be asking questions of you much later in the course of the program alongside your brother minister, whom we'll be introducing shortly. But we're going to ask you to, thank you for your opening remarks and answering some of the questions. And we're going to ask you to please stay with us as we bring in an artist, a Nigerian artist all the way in Barcelona, Ati Soul, who's going to be, entertaining us in this interlude while we bring in our next guest. Please stay with us.
I'm based in Barcelona. I'm a singer, songwriter, recording and touring artist. I have something special for you guys. Listen and enjoy. politicians, open your eyes. Your people are suffering, but you just don't seem to care. You asked for the votes, made many promises. You got the post you wanted. Now they all don't matter anymore. Waiting them do you, waiting them do you, oh God, waiting them do you. I just don't know, Mr. Policeman, feeling so powerful. Oh, you got a gun, so human lives don't matter anymore. You shoot whom you please. You beat us, you batter us. Oh, you were called to serve, but you became our nightmare. Waiting we do. Oh God, waiting we do you. Waiting we do you. I just don't know. Waiting we do you. Waiting we do you. Oh God, waiting we do you. I just don't know. Head up, chest down, marching through this journey called life. Been beat up, kicked down, pushed around, but here I am still grinding. Fearless, motivated. It's gonna take a lot more to get me down. Haters, get behind me. Believers, please come forward. Time to get rough, still we're pushing on. Time to get dark, still we're pushing on. A lot of times we lose, but still we're pushing on. No matter the weather, you got to keep pushing on. You gotta cross the sea to reach Canaan. You gotta slay the giant to become a king. A time to go through hell before you reach paradise. No pain, no gain, my guy, make you double your hustle. It's easy to need bread, but not when you're the breadwinner. So much where you feed, you still want poison your dinner. I've fallen many times, this life has always pushed me. But thanks to Baba God for always lifting.
All right, welcome back. That's Artist Soul, a Canadian-based artist performing for us right here on this special program dedicated to young people. Well, our next guest is more than a public official. He represents a compelling case study in what's possible when youth ambition meets public service. Honorable Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, Nigeria's Minister of Interior, has become one of the most prominent faces of the current administration, not only for the reform he leads, but for how he got there. From the private sector to the House of Representatives and now to the Federal Executive Council, his journey reflects the aspiration of millions of young Nigerians who wonder if real influence is within reach. At 41, his ascent to one of the nation's most strategic ministries challenges the notion that leadership is out of touch or out of bounds for the next generation. In office, he has driven reforms in service delivery, particularly in the immigration sector, simplifying processes, addressing backlogs, and raising the standard of public engagement. But tonight, we look beyond the achievement of the office. We ask, what does this part tell us about public or political inclusion, merit, mentorship, and the road ahead for the youth leadership in Nigeria's next decade? We're honored to have him with us right here as we continue this important conversation on empowering the future. Our guest right here, please let's put our hands together for the Honorable Minister himself, Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo. Honorable Minister, thank you so much for joining us on the program.
Thank you for having me.
So the president actually did promise in his renewed up agenda. He said he's going to appoint 3 young persons within the ages of 30 and 6 within the ages of 40. And so the 30s, he did quite that. Some are no longer there, and you belong to that 40s category. But one of the first questions I want to throw at you, and it's a bit funny, the way you came aggressively around passport. Do you have anything personal about passport and immigration?
Well, thank you so much. Let me start by congratulating Mr. President on the occasion of his 2nd anniversary. Today makes it 2 years of the Renewed Hope agenda, and also to congratulate Nigerians, for the last 2 years. It's been 2 years of laying of solid background, of solid foundation, and 2 years that we hope will define the long-term stability, socio-economic stability of our great country. Having said that, for me, it's not about passport. I mean, the same aggression that we had for passport, we also had for other areas. For instance, area of border control. For instance, area of our critical assets, which you can see now in terms of our solid minerals, that the revenue has gone up, insecurity has reduced because in partnership with the Ministry of Solid Minerals, we were able to come up with the mine marshals to combat that particular issue, and of course support from other security agencies. And of course, in the area of fire service, we have also, so it's not just about passport, it's just about us being in a haste, to deliver the renewed hope, sweet experience, to Nigerians, and also for us to also understand that we represent a particular generation, and the burden of performance of that generation to a large extent lies, on us. Mr. President has been so magnanimous and so gracious in appointing young people into strategic positions. It's not just about appointing young people, but in terms of the position, because for instance, you can appoint young people as special assistant, PA, minister of this, that. But when you look at for instance, who is the minister of communication, technology, and digital economy? Bosun Tijani, he's young. Minister of Interior is young. Minister of Youth, Ayod and Wisdom, he's young. You look at even Minister of Steel Development, which is an emerging sector. That's the backbone of industrialization. And when the word Prince Audu is a young person. Who is the Minister of Women Affairs? She's young. As a matter of fact, I think she just marked her 45th birthday some couple of days ago. That means that she was appointed when she was 40. She was like 43, And
I like the fact that, even though initially, I think what we're looking at when we're looking at young people was the demographic on the 30.
29 actually below.
29 and Jeffrey and I were struggling to justify being on this program.
But may I correct something?
I like the fact that you're expanding it.
No. May I correct this?
By all means.
It's a constitutional thing. You do not expect a man who swore an oath to protect the Constitution to also be a man that will violate the Constitution. The Constitution makes it explicitly clear. For you to be a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, you must be qualified for the House of Reps. So it means that the condition precedent of being a minister is the condition for the House of Reps.
That's age 25.
And that's 30.
30?
Yes. House of Assembly is 25. So it means that no matter how brilliant or whatever you are, that you must have attained. I mean, to the best of my knowledge, I think it's 30. So, but that's not even the key issue. But we must also look beyond even ministerial. Ministers, what we do is policy direction, your ability to be able to bring about policy in line with the renewed hope agenda. But you look at heads of agencies, Naseni and so many other agencies today, even Smidan, you know, and a couple of so many agencies, young people in exciting prospective positions.
I wasn't actually faulting it. I was actually, you know, saying that thank you for expanding the definition of what a young person is. And as Jeffrey did highlight in the introduction to you, we're happy to have you not just as Minister for Interior, but also as someone who we consider relatively young, you know, relative to what we're used to, that you're here as a Minister for Interior. And for a lot of people, you know, they're looking at, you know, the fact, your trajectory, because you are not just someone who was appointed just like that. You've been in politics for a while. You're in the House of Reps for a while, a prominent member of the House of Representatives before you came to the Federal Executive Council. You've played your part also in the private sector. I'm sure that, you know, when your time in office is up, you might still find your way back to the private sector.
Definitely.
So these are things that you have done and you've accomplished within such a short while. So what would you tell a lot of young people informed your trajectory in the private sector in such a way that you were able to say, no, I want to go into government now, you're able to win your seat, and then from there, you're already in the Federal Executive Council. It's not a path that a lot of young people have really seen carved out. What, you know, set that out for you as minister where you are today?
Well, thank you. I think the trajectory, first of all, as a Christian, and as a child of God, I would say God first. I have to say that because no matter how brilliant, intelligent you are, you need God, you know, so God first. But beyond God, after God, you know, the next thing is what I call focus, you know, like in life. And I tell a lot of young people, and I'm happy that a lot of our younger ones are here, you know, and I will tell you that for young people, I always say that you must be able to answer 3 key questions of your life, you know, and beyond politics, not just about politics, even if you desire to stay all your life in the private sector, wherever you find yourself, there are 3 key questions that you need to be able to find answers to. The first question, as a young person who is ambitious, who wants to make it in life, either in private sector, in public service, or whichever way, you must answer the first question, which is what I call the what question. What do you want to achieve? What do you want in your life? What's your ambition? Because you must understand your mission for you to have a vision.
Are young people taking notes? The what question?
So you must understand that you must, first of all, ask yourself, what is your mission? If you do not understand your mission, you become visionless because it is the mission that determines the vision. So you must know that, and in answering that, knowing your mission, it opens your eyes to what you need to do, which is what leads you to the next question, which is what I call the first question is the what question. That's what I said. The next one is the how question. How do you want to accomplish your vision? Like, okay, this, I want to be this by this time. Okay, how do I get there? That's the question of methodology, of what you need to have that in your head. Then the last one is, of course, the when. That is the time. You understand? You must now be able to have milestones, because if you have a mission and you have a methodology and you implement it at the wrong time. I'll give you an example. A couple of days ago, I was privileged to be a guest lecturer at Access Bank GLS their training for their, and I told a story. I said, listen, the founders of Access Bank, I'm using that as an example. That's Ike and Herbert had a vision. Okay, we needed to set up a bank. The question is how? Because if you don't know what you want to do, you cannot know the road, because you must first of all know what you want to do. Then you cannot talk about it. And the question is when. You must have the right time
to be able to implement it. So for me, right from when I was young, because I had that issue of what I want to achieve in my life, even beyond public office, because...
So was public office was always in the agenda for you?
Yes.
You always wanted to be in the federal cabinet? You always wanted to be a member of the House of Reps, so how was that for you?
No, for me, I had a timeline I planned. Like as I said, you can't take away the place of God. I'll keep saying that, because you can have plans. There's a place for God, which is very key. But nevertheless, on your own, as human, you need to be able to... For me, I sat down, okay, this in the private sector, I want to spend so number of years in the private sector. And by this time, I want to be able to make myself available for public office, and okay, after public office, by the grace of God, for me, this is what I want to do next. So you must have a try, because if you do not understand a pathway, if you do not try to create a pathway within your vision, honestly speaking, you will end up living somebody else's life.
All right, Honorable Minister, as Mark said, one of the reasons we brought is not just to talk about 2 years of Bola Tinubu administration or what you've done in the ministry. We're talking to you as a young person. So let's stay on that for a moment. So I'm sure you had an idea of what you felt public service was really all about. So when you got in and you saw, so give us the two-side experience. When you became a legislator, what was different? Now that you're a minister, what is different?
Yeah, as a legislator, your job is basically lawmaking, oversight, responsibilities, of course. In most cases, you do not have executive power to do so many things, It was but of course, the legislature, for me, encourages me, because there were a lot of debates. You have to do a lot of research. You have to read. I think a lot of our legislators are not being given the sort of credit that they deserve, because before you can constructively contribute to a bill, it takes a lot of intelligence and a lot of research, because it's the quality of what you have upstairs that you will be able to display. But for the executive, of course, you know that there's a universal set, let me use that, which is the renewed hope. Then there are subsets within the universal set. For me, in the Ministry of Interior, you now have to sit down and see how to actualize the renewed hope within your space. So everything goes back again to the vision. You must understand the problem. You must understand there's something you call the problem statement. And I've said this to a lot of my younger ones, I realize that many people fail in life, not because they are not hardworking, but many people fail in life because they are busy answering the wrong questions. There are a lot of people that do not even understand the question that life has thrown, at them. There are a lot of people that even the position they are, even at work, they do not understand the responsibility. What is the expected deliverable? So if you do not understand the problem, if you do not understand the expected deliverable, you will have a problem. For instance, when I became Minister of Interior, Mr. President charged us. And of course, the day we signed the bond, I knew that we needed to roll up our sleeves and deliver. So the first thing we went to do with my team is to go back and say, okay, this is Ministry of Interior. Let's look at our establishment statute. Let's look at our agencies, establishment acts. What are the responsibilities? What are the things that we're supposed to deliver? Then the question now became, okay, how do we migrate from where we are to where the law expects us to be? For instance, immigration, I want to use that as an example, is in charge of border governance. So the question is, how do you do that? How do you ensure effective border governance? That's one. For instance, it is immigration that is in charge of travel documents, passports, visas, and co. And yet our children, a lot of our younger ones, a lot of people, for instance, I'll give you an example of UK. When we came, we had over 58,000 people on the system that had applied online for passport, but in UK alone, but could not get date for capturing biometric. So the question was that, okay, how can we bridge that gap? That's where innovation comes in to say, okay, because if we say people should be coming every day to the embassy can actually take maximum of 400 people per day. So if you have 58,000 people that have applied and you need to be taking 400 per day, how many how long will it take for you to take 58 hours? So that is where innovation now has to come to say, okay, there is a problem statement. The problem statement is that the demand is more than the supply, because 58,000 people are demanding for a space that only 400 can be per day. So how do you do that? That's where the issue of the contactless came. And all we needed to do was to look at other parts of the world, how have they been doing? If you go to the US, in the UK, even in Ireland and most countries, nobody goes to do biometric or go to whatever to you to renew your passport. So how do you do that? We looked at it and we adapted it. So the same thing with our issue of the visa. That's what brought about the e-visa, because we sat down and we saw that, okay, as part of the responsibility Mr. President has given to us is economic development. For you, we now saw that, okay, before now, visa was only used as a tool for migration management, But in the real sense of it, visa is beyond a tool for migration management. Visa is an economic enabler, because people want to come to your country, they want to spend money in your country, but they don't want to be looking for who to lobby to get visa to your country. They expect the system to work. They expect to be able to go on one-stop shop online and apply and come. And when you look at
that response flows, sorry to interrupt you, flows into my next question. When you talk about systems working, you've talked about how systems need to work for young people. Yeah. And oftentimes what a lot of Nigerians, especially young people, complain about is how the system frustrates them. We have since seen the Japa syndrome. And it's not today that Nigerians, a lot of Nigerians, especially young people, started complaining about systems that frustrated them. So first I'm going to ask you, when you were young, now that you are young, or before you got here, when you were much younger, were there parts of the system that frustrated you? How did you get past that? And now that you're in a position to change things, what are you advocating within the circles of government that institutions need to do more of, especially considering the frustrations that young people face?
No, definitely. Anybody of my age, you understand, will have that complaint. Will have that reservation of the past, that. And of course, even you, everybody, because I believe that based on your potential, my potential, we thought that with, a solid system would have,
Do you want to give an example, a concrete example of something that really frustrated you?
No, there's a lot.
Maybe the passport system.
No, not just passport. It's not just about passport. The whole system, of course, growing up was, for instance, I lost my dad when I was 10, all right? And just me and my mom, all right? And of course, I lost my dad because of issues that had to do with internal security. My dad was killed due to religious, whatever, he was coming from church, and he was killed in Kaduna in 1992. You understand? I believe, of course, that threw me off balance and brought me back to the cradle, and it was a lot tough growing up with my mother. You understand? All alone, single mother, having to bring me up with virtually no resources. And of course, the system was not obviously there to really support and whatever. So I understand the pain. But the issue is this. Why did we have that? And that is why we can't sit here and just consider the pains of the past. And we must sit here and consider the pains of the past, yes, appreciate solid decisions that have been made to make sure that the future does not repeat the problems of the past. That is what leadership is about. And that's why, for me, I have to say this. I'm sorry I have to digress a bit, but I'm happy that Mr. President came and took 2 decisions. Because before Mr. President came on board, before May 29, 2023, what we were spending in the present was the future, all right? Because when you have a scenario whereby I was in National Assembly when we're doing appropriation, and almost 90 or more than 90% of your revenue was for debt servicing, not repayment. All right? Because I participated in appropriation, but it was for debt servicing. Automatically, you cannot spend 90% of your revenue to service debt and expect that the catalyst of economic growth will be financed, such as road, security, electricity. You understand? So, and obviously we had a system where we had cankerworms that we had, 2 particular conduits, like unification of, the issue of exchange rate, subsidizing exchange rate and subsidizing fuel. All right? So I was happy because that was something that held a lot of our past leaders down. Because if you don't have the resources to spend, you will not spend your people. You only spend what is available, what you can borrow. So, but when Mr. President came and took that decision from day one, I knew that, yes, there might be temporary issues. And you have to remember that the road we are passing now, Nigeria is not the first to go through that route. China had gone through that route.
Minister, keeping your thoughts in line, that is the challenge again. Great decision. The government has applauded itself to say we needed to take that decision. But Nigeria has a low trust quotient for leadership and promises and fulfillment. How does the president intend to communicate to the effect that this is going to get better? Because that is the only thing being said, and the people are not happy.
Well, let me say this very clearly. And I'm speaking for myself. I'm not Minister of Information. But I'm speaking as a young man who built his business at the age of 24. I built my IT company at the age of 24, all the way till I got to National Assembly at 37. So what it means basically is that for like 13 years of my life, I built a business. So I have been in the private sector, and now that I'm in government, I can see both sides. But I tell you that the size of our economy can only grow when you free resources. That's number one. Number two, when you now judiciously utilize those resources. It's not just about freeing resources, but effective utilization of those resources. And when you are now able to take long-term decisions, and of course, when you take these long-term decisions, there are always what you call milestones that you can use to evaluate the progress that you are making as a country. The issue is this. Mr. President inherited something, and I have to say this, a system whereby before he came on board, so many Nigerians have lost faith and trust in government. So people just believe that government does not care. So when it's like this proverbial issue, a child who keeps shouting, wolf, 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 you know, and people will come, nothing happens, wolf, 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 people will come, nothing happens. The day he will shout and there is a real danger, nobody will come. So when people lose trust, it takes time to rebuild trust. And that is what I believe this particular administration is doing. And how? Look at the economy. We're opening up space. The investments are increasing. And two things that really makes me happy, and that gives me fulfillment of being proud of being a member of this particular administration. Two things I'm so happy about. I'm not an economist, I'm an engineer by training, but two things. Number one, the issue of the Nigeria First. Because that is the real way back for industrialization. Because there is no way, if you do not legislate that, if you do not have that as a policy, there is no way that indigenous manufacturers will be able to compete with people coming from China, where there's cheaper labor, there's electricity. So for us to be able to protect the what's it called, local industry, Nigeria First, that shows a president who is looking inwards and looking towards backward integration. Right. That's number one. Number two is, of course, the issue of the Naira for crude. You understand? Because for the first time, you can see that Dangote refinery and whatever, the prices of refined fuel is coming down, despite the fact that it's increasing or whatever in the international market. Why? Because today we are no more depending on issue of the exchange, and we are freeing a lot of pressure. And that is why you will see that Naira for a long time now has been stable, 1.5, 1.6, and whatever. So the key issue I'm just saying is this. It's unfortunate that decisions that should have been taken decades ago, we're taking it now. But like what I said, even if it is the last option, if surgery is the last option at the last minute to save a dying soul, you do the surgery. You won't say because it is late, let the patient die. And that's the same thing with Nigeria. It might have been late. Maybe we're just doing everything at the same time now, but it's something that we need to do to save, save our country.
Fantastic points you've raised. So would you promise us to stay behind to respond to the people based on the shocks some of these decisions have had as an impact on them? Would you do that for us, sir? No, I had to put you on the spot to make that commitment. Honorable Minister of Interior, Olubumitin Georgios, thank you, sir, for your perspective and for what you've done within the ministry. And we appreciate that you've chosen to stay, even if for a few minutes, to respond to the young people who have a lot of questions to ask you as per the performance of the president and your ministry as well. We'll take a quick break. And when we come back,
we'll bring the Q&A session. But first, we'll head to our Abuja studio where our colleague will be bringing you up to speed with what the people are saying on social media. Kumbi is standing by there in our Abuja studio. Kumbi.
Hello, Geoffrey, and good evening, viewers, and thank you for staying tuned to Channels Television. It's time now to take your feedbacks for those who have been following the conversation via our social media platforms. Well, if you're just joining us, it's not too late to join the moving train. Just use any of our social media platforms showing right on your screen. Well, what really are the pressing issues affecting Nigerian youth? Well, here are some of the responses we got from our social media platforms. Well, from Fabregas Johnson, he's saying there is nothing to write about this 2 years administration of this government. Business is not flowing well at all. Everything is bad. People are really suffering this time around nowadays. This is from Fabregas Johnson from Facebook. Then we also have Wachuku Vincent. He's saying, I'm not asking for supporting fund from the government. Rather, let the government help us, especially on the issue of overtaxation. Different groups and agencies demanding money from small business owners daily. It's ridiculous and annoying. It's discouraging our spirit and making us spend more from our little profits. Just let the government of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu look into this. I'm sure the government of the day is watching and listening, and they should effect changes as possible. And then from Akponovo Akpomodeye is saying, I am a business owner in Edo State. The 75 billion naira intervention fund of this government is a charade. We don't know the right institution to visit on or how to access it and other funding of the government. And also, the youths have played a major role in advancing and contributing a lot to national development. May God bless Nigeria. Really, that's what we're praying for, more blessings for this country. Well, we also have Sunday Ijoke Ogbaka. He's saying we have not been given the opportunity we expect in this administration. Not that we're not hardworking. We are very hardworking, and we are ready to help build the country and take it to the next level. This is in terms of governance. More youth participation is what Sunday Ijoke is calling for. And then on insecurity, you can't travel 3 kilometers without being conscious of safety. Abba J. Abba is also airing his views about the security challenge he's facing and other Nigerians are facing as well. Then LZ of Jos is saying, as a young person from Plateau State, I feel the health sector under President Tinubu has seen minimal improvement. Access to quality health care remains poor, especially in rural areas. More investment and accountability are urgently needed to address youth health challenges. And also, Olani Kolajo from X is saying, accessing funds has been difficult as usual. Without funding, nothing can be achieved and that can be frustrating. The website for Credit Corps is not user-friendly, nor is there public information on how to access the funds. Also, Mr. Africa is saying from X, also, declare death penalty for sponsors and terrorists. Spare no one, speedy delivery of judgment for anyone caught with arms and ammunition. Set a time frame or establish another court. Equip and empower our men at the borders and boundaries. This is talking about the welfare of security agencies and the need to, put more effort in that sector and also equip our men. Then Prince Eke Onyike is saying, bring down the fuel price, bring down the value of dollar to naira to 300 or 400 naira. Amend the electoral system to make the electronic transmission mandatory. Reform judiciary, make them independent of the executive, and change the entire architecture of the Nigerian security. Well, that's how far we can go for now, but do well to keep up with the conversation. What really are the present issues affecting Nigerian youth, and how can we collectively address them? Let's hear your thoughts and your views. There's no room for backbenchers or sitting on the fence. Together, let's take ownership of the future. We're going on a short break now, but when we return, the conversation will continue in Lagos.
It's not technology that moves a nation. It's the people who dare to harness it. For over 25 years, TD Africa has been building the digital backbone of Africa, getting the right technology into the right hands. Today, we are the trusted distribution partner for global tech giants Microsoft, Starlink, IBM, Cisco, Dell, Huawei, HP, Zynox, EcoFlow, Samsung, Checkpoint, and more. We deliver genuine technology solutions to businesses across 47 African countries, from robust infrastructure to smart devices to cloud solutions that scale. We are here to make the digital economy work. Partner with TD Africa. Visit tdafrica.com or email inquiries at tdafrica.com. TD Africa, empowering you.
Every vibration on my phone opens the door to something different. But no matter what the day holds, I always show up ready. As an award-winning actress, each opportunity is more than just playing any role. It's a chance to share ideas and stories that resonate. Stories that reflect my journey, passion, and authentic self.
So, to deliver excellence, I go all out just for that perfect balance. Allowing my confidence to shine through in all I do motivates me to keep pushing my creative boundaries. Thankfully, Cosmo does it for me. The Cosmo range of skin, hair, and body care products caters to my everyday needs. With its nourishing ingredients and gentle formulations, Cosmo not only restores my natural radiance, it refreshes me for whatever comes next. Cosmo, for the love of beauty. Marketed and distributed by GVS Cosmetics.
2 years of purposeful leadership. 2 years of renewed hope. 2 years of sustained onslaught on bad roads and renewal of our roads. Under the visionary leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, Nigeria is moving forward, stronger, safer, and more hopeful than ever before. Thanks to the renewed hope agenda, the Federal Roads Maintenance Agency FEMA has, over the past 2 years, sustained maintenance operations on our network across the nation, connecting destinations and ensuring smoother, safer journeys for all Nigerians. FEMA remains steadfast in its commitment to contributing our bit to renewed hope infrastructure renewal drive on our road and sustaining national progress under your excellency's strategic guidance. Congratulations, Mr. President. We remain a veritable tool in paving the way to greater Nigeria. Firmer. Think good roads. Think firmer. Dr. Emeka Agbasi, MD CEO FEMA.
In just 2 years, Abia State is rising stronger, smarter, and full of promise under the visionary leadership of His Excellency Dr. Alex Oti, OFR, at Ogbonnaya on the Polytechnic, Aba, formerly Abia State Polytechnic. Progress speaks for itself. Regular payment of salary restored for the first time. A brand new 300-seater lecture theater. Total renovation of all campus buildings. A world-class digital creative studio. Steady power supply. Renovated Rector's Lodge and administrative block. Artificial intelligence is now a compulsory course. Massive upgrade of the Polytechnic Sports Complex. Ogbonnaya on the Polytechnic manufactured Asekpa beans. With the commitment of Governor Alex Oti and the dedication of engineer Christopher Kalu Okoro, the institution is preparing students for the future today. Dr. Alex Oti isn't just building infrastructure, he's building a legacy of excellence. Signed, Engineer Dr. Christopher Kalu Okoro, Rector, Ogbonnaya on the Polytechnic, Aba.
Your family, no matter the condition, day or night, it's a minor pet, not yourself. Oh no, we're not daddy, mommy, auntie, and uncle. It's a minor pet, no matter who you are. Minor pet, 10 over 10.
Amino Pep Fort contains 10 essential amino acids, multivitamins, minerals enriched with zinc.
No matter who you are.
Amino Pep Fort from Sea Green Pharmaceuticals Limited.
Protects you and your family.
The Duchess International Hospital opened its doors in October 2021. The mission of the hospital is to reverse medical tourism. We take particular care here at the Duchess to bring together a combination of the brightest and the best locally, as well as Nigerians in the diaspora who are interested in returning to do very good work for the benefit of our patients here in this country.
The good thing is that we have all international expertise here, all international facilities here, international people working here. Everything is coming together in a space which was considered not great in terms of the availability of healthcare.
Access Bank, of course, has been able to provide us with a robust range of products and services that has enabled us to deliver that standard and quality of healthcare that is integral to our mission as an organization.
Welcome back to this special youth forum we're hosting on this day, May 29, with the theme Empowering the Future. And just in case you're wondering what it is that I'm standing beside, clearly it's a mannequin, but this mannequin is wearing a very special dress. This dress has been themed an African wedding dress. It was a project done by students of Redeemers College of Technology and Management in Mowe in Ogun State for a competition in Ghana in 2023 during the Atupa conference. Well, if you look very closely at the Adire, I don't know if you can see it, you will see Atupa printed on it. The Atupa is the Association of Technical Universities and Polytechnics in Africa. And they understand that the student from the school, that's the Redeemers College of Technology and Management, was the only student representing Nigeria at that competition. This dress, as you can see, is made from recycled material, recycled plastic, accessories. Well, that's what is hanging around here. And then you also see it's made from kente, from adire, and also from ashoke. So the students from Redeemers College of Technology and Management, if you're here, can we see you in the audience? Please stand up for recognition and a round of applause for them. So thank you so much for representing us very well in Ghana with this very lovely outfit. Well, we're moving on very swiftly now. We did promise that this conversation was going to be interactive. And we heard some of the feedback from our correspondent, Kumbi Aboluwade, which is gathered from the social media platform. But we're going to be taking a few questions here from our guests in the amphitheater here. And it's over now to you. It's over now to you, Jeffrey.
All right, so let's get straight to it. The questions. We did appeal to the ministers to stay behind and respond to the questions from the students right here. So we'll call you. As soon as we call your name, you come out, you ask your question, just take turns in quick succession. All of the questions will come at once so that the ministers can respond to them as quickly as possible. So the first person is a guy, Iluyomade George. Please, can we put our hands together for him? So maybe you tell us your school and what your question is and which minister you're directing it to.
All right, like you mentioned, I'm Iluyomade George, a student of the University of Lagos, currently studying employment relations and human resource management. My question will be directed at the Honorable Minister of Youth, and it's quite straightforward. In line with today's theme, Empowering the Future, I'm going to ask that as students, as artisans, we hear that there are a lot of initiatives, there are a lot of empowerment. Where is the go-to place to always access this? It looks like they're always like streamlined. Sorry about that. They're always streamlined or hidden or accessible to a certain category of people. Like, how can it be accessible to everybody? Yeah, that's my question.
All right. I'm sure they will respond. Thank you so much. All right, let's call Atunde Tofumi. Please, let's put our hands together for her.
So you tell us your school and your question.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Atunde Oluwatofumi from the Redeemers College of Technology and Management. And my question is for you, sir, the Minister of Youth. So my question is, as an entrepreneur, that you have people outside your state that you have to give your goods to, but then to get those goods across to them, it is not safe for you going, and even for you to send other people, it is not also safe because there's always the fear of you being kidnapped or being robbed or even your goods being missing. So how can that be solved in this society as youth?
All right, so clear questions about transport infrastructure backbone as well as insecurity. But just before we call the next person to ask the question before the ministers respond, let's also tell you we have 2 more ministers as well who will be joining us later on after this Q&A session. For their own session, the Minister of Communication and Digital Economy, Mr. Dr. Bosun Tijani, will be joining us from Abuja studios, as well as Senator John Eno, who is the Minister of State for Interior, Trade and Investment. They're already seated, as you can see. They will be joining us in just a moment. Honorable Ministers, thank you so much, and thank you for your patience. We'll come to you in a moment. But let's hear from citizens, the young persons that are in this hall. Let's call on Okunla Kehinde for her question. Please, let's encourage her.
I am Okunla Kehinde from Lagos State University, currently studying English education. My question is for the Minister of Youth. So, what support systems or financial assistance program can the government provide to help university students from low-income backgrounds who are struggling to fend for themselves financially while pursuing their education? Yeah, I know there is a particular support NEL fund loan for the students, but this particular support loan is always tend to, like, if students acquire that kind of loan, it's always like backfire to them. That it's the disadvantage of the loan app is like it's later turns out to be debt for students that they pay even after they finish school. So I want to ask that, is there really no other support systems that the government can provide for students like that? Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. So, Honorable Ministers, I don't know which you want to take, just to run through what the first person has asked for about whether some of the measures government is putting in place is for some exclusive preserve. He's talking about access to some of these things. And then the next person talked about transport backbone infrastructure as well as insecurity. And she is also talking about some form of support system and the NEL fund issue and accessibility and indebtedness in the future. Maybe both of you will clarify.
I think...
okay, only him.
I think one of those things we've been trying to put forward is some of us, somebody like me, I don't know anybody before I have sex where I am now. So if there is something that I'm going to be known for, is to give the ministry an open door policy, whereby you don't need to know anybody. And it's one of those things that we're doing. We're trying to build a Nigerian Coursera. I don't know if any one of you know about Coursera, but we're trying to build a Nigerian Coursera, and we have done that already. It's on, it's live. Even we take it outside the digital space, and we are taking it in partnership with the Minister of Communication that is going to talk to you, Minister of Innovation, Digital, that is going to talk to you very soon. We also did that, and that is why we have Nigerian Youth Academy now, and it is on. You don't need to know me before you go there and go and catch a skill. We want to skill, we want to upskill, and there is one thing on it, which is digital community, before you come to near gig, which you can get employed. And when you go on this website now, a lot of people have been getting employed on near gig, whereby they bring you get trained by organizations, platforms, and all that. And when you get trained, immediately they saw you and you are certified, they pick you up and they start giving you a job. And many more people are getting a job on it. So you don't need to know me now to unlock the initiative that we have now on 3MTT and NIA. You don't need to know me. You just need to go there and go and do. And we're also taking it to the grassroots so that it's not for people that can press their phones or people that can read or anything. And that is where the artisans, you mentioned it, the artisans is coming because we are doing partnership and we are getting the launching of in some states now that we want to partner with the state government, we want to open the door to the local government so that we can have a local government and a product whereby the raw materials in that respective local government can be used by the young people in that area. And I will use where, you know, funny enough, we are from the same state, so, and we are here. And so I'll pick those states, and I will go to Akoko, where you have a palm oil bottling company. You can imagine if we have that bottling company, how much do you take to do bottled waters and pure water? And in refining it, you will discover that you don't need, those initiatives are there. We want to place what we call a youth center, job center, which is a greenhouse, whereby you will come there, ask questions from us, do a lot of things, and we take you, we merge you with the artisans in the state, so that everything we are going to do is not about the digital part of it. It's also about the grassroots, for those that does not have the opportunity to be in the center or in the city. So for me, I've made mention of NIA for you, and I've also made mention of what we called Nigerian Youth EBDEX, whereby if you have any complaint, you want to ask about interior, you want to ask about things in education, you want to ask about, even you have issues with police, just call the Youth EBDEX. They will listen to you.
Well, how can they get
push
that?
it.
Is it a phone number? Is that what?
There is a phone number for it. There's a website for it. Even on your Google, you don't need to go on website. Just type Nigerian Youth EBDEX. It will bring it out. Just type NIYE, NIA. It will bring all of this out. And it's open. It is free, accessible, and open for any young person. And on the security issue, I think I'm done with that.
Yes, let him. He's Interior Minister. You're a Minister of Interior, so they talked about moving goods and insecurity. So it's within your purview, sir.
Yeah, let me say this very clearly, that the question is, are we where we want to be? The answer is a no. But are we where we were? The answer is a no. So for me, security, it's very dynamic, just as insecurity is dynamic. And of course, we're not yet 100% secured, but we're not where we were. The situation is not the same. And we must appreciate the progress that has been made. Once again, there is no magic to solving insecurity. It takes time to do. And of course, if you look at the last program, the APC national program, you know, where the scorecard of this government was evaluated, when the National Security Advisor spoke about the progress, even across security and across our roads, you will see that there's a tremendous improvement. The key issue is that our roads are safer now than they were then. But of course, there are still hitches, just like, of course, in any country, there are concerns. And we believe if we continue at the rate at which we are now, definitely we'll be able to solve that problem. A problem of 20 years cannot be solved in 2 years. So about your concern about the road, of course, it was a concern. It's still a concern. But the good thing is that the huge progress has been recorded. And we are optimistic that continuing with both the kinetic and the non-kinetic methodology will make our roads safer. And of course, when you talk about road, it's not just about the road, it's about our country, it's about our society. Because just streamlining it to only road will be an act of disservice to other sectors of our economy. For us, it's a holistic thing. And as I said, huge progress has been made. And we're sure that by the time it's our 3rd anniversary, we would have been able to achieve more. And that is the way it is. Every day, even the United States of America still get threats every day. The UK, the same thing. But the issue is that there, as much as insecurity or threats are dynamic, there's always dynamism to the response. And this particular administration has been able to do that. We are not yet where we want to be, because good governance is not a destination. Good governance is a journey. And we are faithful in terms of that journey, and we're sure that we're making progress and we'll get to that journey. We'll embark on that journey and get to our destination in no time.
Honorable Ministers, thank you so much.
I think there is only one question so that we don't break her heart.
Okay, they've not answered all the questions. Okay.
She was talking about net fund and how it's not, how it's going to be, but I think it's not correct. But I want to put it straight that most of the time, we are all young people. I'm also a young person. Maybe we have a millennium, we have a Gen Z and the Alpha Gen Z. I think we should most times make our research than following trend. Sometimes trend may not work for us. If you would have made your research, you said, hey, this is the first time the president is thinking about the future. And if a president comes out and said he as a president does not want any student to go out of school because you are not able to pay the school fees, I think it's a plus for the student. And for any president to think like that, you know that the president is looking at the future. How? Because the same president is working hard, the same government is working hard to make sure that after you leave school, you get a job. And when you get a job, you can be able to pay back. Most of these countries that we run jackpot to, that's the same thing they do. Okay. Even their school fees is more expensive than the ones we have here.
Honorable Minister,
so I just want to make a clarity that we follow the research than follow the trend.
All right, Honorable Minister, I know there's a lot to talk about. If we can stay here till tomorrow, but both of you, I'm sure you're busy, and we'll allow you go so that we can also talk to your colleagues who are already waiting for us in Abuja. Olubumitunji Ojo, the Honorable Minister for Interior, as well as Ayodele Olawande, Minister for Youth. Thank you so much for coming on the program.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. All right, we will take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk to the ministers who are already seated in Abuja, but we'll be right back in just a moment. Stay with us.
For many girls in Nigeria, periods are still a barrier to their education and their source of livelihood because they lack access to menstrual products or a safe sanitation.
Anytime I'm on my period, sometimes there's no pad at home, mom is not at home, nobody at home, so I have to wait. So I wish I had more pads at home. I would like the government to ensure that most schools have pads in their toilets or with their form teachers or their guiding, let them have enough pads, let government do something for us, we girls.
Flow with Confidence, championed by the First Lady, Her Excellency Remi Tinubu, is on a mission to fight period poverty and stigma across the country. Proudly supported by Women's Health Nigeria through the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Women's Health.
2 years ago, birthed the administration of a renewed hope agenda led by His Excellency Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Despite the numerous challenges our nation faced when he took the reins of leadership, today I can proudly say that Mr. President has shown real commitment and courage in tackling these issues. We have witnessed significant progresses under this agenda, from improved power generation and reduced inflation to increased revenue and economic growth. I am particularly impressed by the clearing of foreign exchange backlogs, the rise in crude oil production, the boost in trade surplus, and the introduction of a unified forex system, not to mention the rollout of the student loan scheme and major strides in the solid mineral sector. Mr. President, your leadership continues to inspire hope across the country. Warmly congratulations on the occasion of your second anniversary in office and a remarkable milestone. Signed, Mohammed Abubakar Adamu, MNI retired, former Inspector General of Police.
Our major currency unit is the Naira, while the minor unit is the Kobo. They are both in notes and coins. The Naira is more than just a medium of exchange. It bears the images of our heroes. So, stop abusing the Naira. It is a criminal offense to spread the Naira at events. Stop stepping on the Naira. It's not your enemy. Do not squeeze, ruffle, or write on the Naira. Handling the Naira with dirty or oily hands can deface the Naira. Love the Naira as you love yourself. Be a real Nigerian.
This message was brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
In just 2 years, Abia State is rising stronger, smarter, and full of promise under the visionary leadership of His Excellency Dr. Alex Oti, OFR, at Ogbonnaya on the Polytechnic, Aba, formerly Abia State Polytechnic. Progress speaks for itself. Regular payment of salary restored for the first time. A brand new 300-seater lecture theater. Total renovation of all campus buildings. A world-class digital creative studio. Steady power supply. Renovated Rector's Lodge and administrative block. Artificial intelligence is now a compulsory course. Massive upgrade of the Polytechnic Sports Complex. Ogbonnaya on the Polytechnic manufactured Asekpa beans. With the commitment of Governor Alex Oti and the dedication of engineer Christopher Kalu Okoro, the institution is preparing students for the future today. Dr. Alex Oti isn't just building infrastructure, he's building a legacy of excellence. Signed, Engineer Dr. Christopher Kalu Okoro, Rector, Ogbonnaya on the Polytechnic, Aba.
In furtherance of the renewed hope agenda on the road infrastructure revolution for economic regeneration, the Federal Ministry of Works has lined up 15 projects for physical and virtual commissioning and 9 projects for flag-off by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, to mark the 2nd anniversary of his administration. In this regard, the Honorable Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi, CON, on behalf of Mr. President, invites the esteemed presence of stakeholders and indeed members of the public to the commissioning and flag-off ceremonies for the events scheduled as follows. Day 1, Saturday, 31st May 2025. Venue, Jakonde Estate area, kilometer 8 of the project, Lagos State. Time, 2 p.m. Day 2, Thursday, 5th June 2025. Venue, Dangote Refinery Gate, Lekki Deep Sea Port, Lagos State. Time, 2 p.m. Special guest of honor, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Please accept the assurances of the esteemed regards of the Honorable Minister of Works. Announcer, Engineer Olufunsho Adebi, Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Works.
Stay connected to the world with Channels TV Podcast and get all the trending stories. Simply log on to channelstv.com, click on podcast, select the program of your choice, and listen. Our podcast is available on Apple, Google, and Spotify. Tap the expertise you trust. Touch the stories that touch you. Anytime, anywhere.
Well, when we talk about the future for young Nigerians, we're really talking about tech and the policies that power it. From startups to digital identity, this is the space where innovation meets opportunity. Well, joining us now all the way from Abuja is someone who's been on both sides as a techpreneur and now as a minister driving Nigeria's digital strategy. Please help us welcome the Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani.
Thank you.
Let's make it a little warmer. Come on. Thank you. And at the heart of every young entrepreneur's dream is one big question. How do I turn my hustle into a business and my business into a legacy? From market access to investment policy, trade isn't just about goods. It's about growth, jobs, and possibilities. And tonight we're joined by a man tasked with helping to unlock those possibilities. Please also welcome with us the Minister of State for Trade and Investment, Senator John Owan-Eno. Well, gentlemen, honorable ministers joining us all the way from our Abuja studios. Let's start with you, Honorable Minister Tijani, because really when we talk about young people, there is no way we can have a conversation around them or about them that would not include you and your ministry in that. And I do know that part of the things that you have always tried to do is make sure that you create more access for young people to be involved within the digital space. How is that journey coming along 2 years down the line?
Thank you so much, Mark, and it's a pleasure to be here. I think also I appreciate the opportunity to talk to the young people in your studio and those at home. You described my past, as being a tech entrepreneur, but I wasn't just a tech entrepreneur. What I did was to build a platform that helped a lot of young people in this country to find meaningful paths to not just joining the technology ecosystem, but also building as well. And what I'd like to do is to inspire some of the people in the room today to know that they live at a time where there's endless opportunity for them, not just to better their own lives, but also contribute to the development of their nation. And I think we're extremely fortunate to have a president that is focused on moving Nigeria away from a country of promises, or a country of potentials, to one of performance, a president and a leader that is in office to strengthening the foundation that can actually help us build the future that we all desire. And that's exactly the bug that I think we've allowed to bite us at the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy. When we came in, the first thing we did was to actually set up the largest technology talent accelerator in the world. We set out to train 3 million people because the president said we must find 1 million technology jobs for young Nigerians. And I've been extremely surprised but also encouraged by the level of participation of young people in this program from all over the country. Nearly almost all the local governments, 774 local governments of this country, we've seen applications from those places. Of course, we've decided that we're going to do this in phases. And so far, we've actually trained now close to 130,000 young Nigerians in technical skills. Not only have we been able to train these people, we now have a significant portion of them in jobs as well, with the support of the European Union, UNDP, for instance, leveraging the Jubilee program. We've seen thousands of these people working for technology organizations across the country. But the kind of skill set we're giving to them is not just there for them to pick up a job. And that's where I want to inspire the people that you have in the room. I still remember the story of a young lady called Jumoke that finished from University of Lagos. This was just about 6-7 years ago, when even the market wasn't this encouraging. And this young lady decided she was going to start a platform that will manufacture but also sell furniture, mainly on Instagram. I think most people will know this company. For the young people in the room, if you don't know the company, just check out a company called Tailor. Tailor is Taeillo. Jumoke was a young lady. I think she was 23 when she started this business. And she said she was going to find a way to sell furniture online. She studied architecture. She didn't look for a job. She was fortunate when COVID came. Many people needed to start buying furniture to work from home. And manufacturing from Ikeja, Jumoke started shipping significant amounts of furniture. I was one of the first people to invest in this company. She was selling tens of thousands of chairs, of tables at the age of 23. Today, Jumoke is a successful technology entrepreneur whose business is worth millions of dollars. It's the same story for Inyolu Aboyeji, a young man that walked into CCL back in the days and said he was going to create a platform through which young people could learn online. His first business failed. He decided he was going to pivot into something else. That business that he pivoted into became Andela, which is what I think Andela is close to $2 billion in valuation today. That same young man, before the age of 30, went into creating another company that is called Flutterwave. This is the kind of inspiration that we're taking in this government to ensure that we can create opportunities and platforms for young people. Is why we funded over 50 technology entrepreneurs who believe that they can bring science into the way they look at what they're doing in artificial intelligence. Is the reason why over the last couple of days, if you're following, you've seen that we're now taking fiber optic internet into university hostels. We've just launched one in University of Abuja yesterday. We did the same in Lagos, University of Lagos. This is going to be completed in 7 additional universities before the end of June, and the goal is to scale this across the entire country. Again, if you're following the progress in the country, especially within technology space, we all remember the technology hub that was burnt down during the riots in Kano last year. We've now finished the renovation of that lab, and on Monday we're going to be reopening that lab, which is a cutting-edge, state-of-the-art innovation hub for young people. Also on Wednesday next week, you will see us launch another hub, the same thing in Abeokuta. NIDA has been launching hubs all across the country also since the beginning of this year. The government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is focused on ensuring that the young people of this country, that we can give them the opportunity. And I listened to one of the questions that people asked. Someone was saying, how are we sure that this opportunity is for everybody? And this is what I say to people. The 3MTT program that we run at our ministry, for instance, I always challenge people. If you can find one person who can tell you that they were in that program because someone they knew from somewhere helped them through, let me see them. Also, for young people, put in social media, 3MTT. And you see a lot of young people from all over the country benefiting from this. I remember the story of Deborah, a young person who participated in 3MTT from Ibadan. Deborah today, after 3 months of training, and I think about 6 months of internship, works for one of the top AI, artificial intelligence companies in Nigeria, in Lagos. And all the story started from 3MTT. Do not listen to naysayers. Do not participate in those who are bickering and wondering whether this is a government that is there to serve them. You live at the time of artificial intelligence. You don't even need help. Go into your ChatGPT or any generative AI of your choice and ask this simple question. What are the programs out there by the administration, the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for young people? And you see the long list of these things. That's what I was doing when the person asked the question. You don't need anybody to help you. You're one of those AI people. Your generation belongs to the AI people. Leverage it. Find this information. You will see the link. I think on this program as well, I heard someone saying the credit card website is not user-friendly. And you know what I did while I sat here? I quickly went to their website. It's extremely user-friendly. I don't know which website this person is talking about. I think it was one of the comments that came online. Check out that website as we're talking now. The young people in the room should check it out. You are part of a generation where opportunities are being are enormous for you. And the barriers...
Honorable Minister, you certainly have compressed...
90,000 kilometers of fiber optic network to ensure that wherever you find yourself, you have the best quality internet.
You have compressed a lot of questions into that opening statement. Thank you very much. But I'm sure that we also want to get the opening statement of Minister Owaneno. Senator, I'd like to ask you, because I have heard your counterpart minister in the same ministry, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, talk about how the future is digital. And one of the things that she spoke to when she also went to, I think it was, I'm trying to remember now, I think it's Switzerland. I'm trying to remember the conference that was organized there. For some reason, it's skipping my head. But she talked about how the future is digital and how one of the things that Nigeria markets very aggressively and talks about what is possible is what has happened within its digital sector. However, for a number of people, trade goes beyond that. What they want to be able to do is carry out business seamlessly. So what exactly, beyond registering businesses for free and making sure that people are able to get their company names, what more are you doing? What more is your ministry doing to make sure that it is seamlessly done, sustainably done, and also, will I say, painlessly done for them?
Well, let me join my colleague, to thank you, Maupe, and then the youths that we are addressing this evening on this courtesy of channels. And let me start off right away by, correcting my designation. And it's important to do so because what Mr. President has in the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment is a novelty. I'm the Minister of State in charge of industry. Dr. Jumoke, that you mentioned, is the Minister in charge of Trade and Investment. But having said so, the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment is a ministry whose mandate is to accelerate industrial growth, by enhancing productivity and also encouraging and providing support for the growth of medium, small, and enterprise MSMEs, and seeing how much they can contribute to Nigeria's industrial growth. And in that regard, provide the necessary platforms that are possibilities for our youth to be able to engage in. So having said so, I think that beyond the digitalization that you're talking about, the ministry has quite some programs that are available, that are open. When my colleague spoke about, the kind of training that takes place and how we prepare our youths for the future. I think that, one of the things that some of us, didn't get exposed to because opportunities were not there when we're youths, like the present-day youths, is the fact that the boundless and limitless number of opportunities that are provided by the government of President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Right from the ministry, in a bid, the ministry tries to achieve its mandate through a collaboration with these agencies and through the kinds of policies and kind of programs that it comes out with. Right from when people are, doing their youth service, the ministry has in place what it calls graduate, entrepreneurship fund, which it does this in league with the National Youth Service Corps, where there's about 2 billion or more that is available for youths who show promise and who show enterprise. And I think that, with the Bank of Industry, which is one of the agencies within the ministry's purview, there is what we call the ESP. The ESP is the Youth Entrepreneurship Support Program, which is a very ambitious program that targets youth unemployment. There's also what it calls the Graduate, Entrepreneurship Program or Fund, which is also a program that is, targeted at seeing how much, it can make available to train youths that show skill and show entrepreneurship. The idea behind all of this is that we're no longer today interested in training youths just that are going to be merely interested in paid jobs, in government employment and all that. The idea is to equip them. The idea is to give them the capacity and the exposure to be able to show promise in terms of entrepreneurship. If we say, for example, that the MSME space in our country is about 80-something% plus in terms of how much it engages and employs people. If we say, for example, the MSME space is the engine of growth in our country, what we are saying, therefore, is that our country will not achieve its industrial growth and development without a proper development of the MSME space. And therefore, there are a lot of programs that the ministry has in collaboration with these agencies that expose our youth to all of these. Again, talking about the Bank of Industry, we have what we call the IDAs. You talked about digitization, the investment in digital and creative, enterprises. It was about a 617 million, worth of program that the federal government launched in collaboration with the AFDB, with the Islamic Development Bank and all of that. And the target of this is to develop youth capacity, to increase, youth employability, and to see how we can prepare youths, that are creative and that are ICT buyers in terms of the skill set that they need to be able to achieve the promise that this country has, to be able to get them employable, to be able to get them to also see how much they can also employ. Because on each of these programs, in addition to training, in addition to the skills set that they are developed, there's also provision for them to also have the funding, soft loans, that are not single digit interest and things like that. Talking about the IDAs,
sorry to interrupt you.
We have about innovation hubs, about 66 of them, that are also supposed to be established in about 66 tertiary institutions. Each of these programs is youth-targeted, is youth-based, to be able to engage our youths, and to be able to get them to be productive and to contribute, worthily in terms of our country's economic promise and economic growth.
Okay, so these are programs that are currently underway, if I understand you correctly.
Programs that are currently running, most of them are currently running, and I think that if you get to the website of each of these programs, you find out that youths have already benefited and are benefiting from them.
How many young people would you say have been impacted already by these programs that you've enumerated?
Thousands and thousands of youths have actually benefited from each of these programs. Like I said, Smidan has these programs. the ministry itself has, the Bank of Industry has, and each of these, lined up programs already has youths in thousands and in numbers that have already benefited from them.
All right, let's take it to Ms. Tijani. There's something I've noticed when it comes to effort and results. So let's stay with effort. It looks like, Mr. Tijani, a couple of things happen. If you talk to industry players within the space you are administering over, they say certain things are happening. But it looks like there's a communication problem, even if it's a communication ministry in that sense, or maybe technology communication in this sense. So what are you doing to ensure that what you're doing within your ministry has the critical mass awareness? My key word here is awareness. Perhaps things are happening, but a lot of people do not know. And I'm going to pose that question as well to Ministerial when you finish your own excerpt.
You're the communication expert, and I'm going to put this to you that I actually disagree. I travel all over the world in my role, and I'm surprised at how people from far and wide are aware of what's happening in the telecommunications and digital economy in Nigeria. But perhaps we will see journalists like yourself that may allude to the fact that they don't hear about it. I'm the first minister in the history of Nigeria to produce a weekly report of what is happening in my ministry. And this report is published on all platforms. I'm the first minister, to the best of my knowledge, that within a year released more than 5 white papers. Every program that we run, we release a white paper on them, seeking for feedback on these programs. We report extensively. And I find it not too useful if we have young people in the room and we're actually not speaking to them. And I want to encourage these young people. You live at a time where information is readily available to you. This administration is communicating, not just my office, this administration is communicating extensively using platforms and tools that are readily available to you. Please don't wait around listening to the notion that we may not be communicating to you. I want you to take advantage of the internet. Follow what this administration is doing. Follow the Twitter handle of Mr. President. Follow people like me on LinkedIn, on Instagram, on Twitter. We supply you the information you need, the direction you need to take to be able to take advantage of the investment that this government is making. And you'll be surprised at the level of opportunity that is available to you. Are we going to continue to push, to attempt to talk about the things with you? Of course. I track news items on the activities. I'm a technology person. I track news items on the activity of my ministry. There's something called Google Trend, which is set up for all the agencies under my ministry, for my name, for the name of the ministry, for the name of the president. Any media publication that is out there, I get to know that it's been published. And there's nothing less than 15 published every day, at least for the last 30 days, because of the kind of programs we'll be releasing. So we are communicating extensively, and I'm speaking to the young people. Please leverage the tools at your disposal to improve the opportunity, to improve yourselves and make sure that you tap into the opportunities around you.
Honorable Minister, I'm going to take it to Honorable Minister now, because I know exactly what I asked. It's one thing to be saying and to be doing something, it's another thing to be heard. At the end of the day, all you have to do is just maybe to do a vox pop out the street, and even the young people here to take a sample size to say, what is the Minister of Communication doing? What is the Minister of this? It's not as if nothing is happening. So that's why that question is important. There's a lot distracting them. There's a lot drawing their attention. There's a lot they are dealing with. So paying attention, that's why we're saying a lot has to be done. Minister, do you agree with me?
Well, let me say this. I think that first, this platform created by channels is also one of those ways that we can actually add to the store of available information and knowledge in the public space. But having said so, 2 or more things. One of the first engagements that I had as Minister of State for Industry, after I got moved from the Ministry of Sports, was a town hall in Lagos, a town hall and public awareness forum, organized by the Office of the, Senior Special Advisor to the President on Job Creation. And what was this about? It was to see how to get the public to know more about what was going on in terms of the intervention that Mr. President had provided, the 200 billion intervention, 50 billion of which was for nano grants and 75 billion for MSMEs and another 75 billion for manufacturing companies. Since after that, we've done about 2 or 3. The other one took us to Maiduguri. The other one took us to Calabar in the south zone. So all of this is going on. But I also think that a program like this also gets the public, and in this case, the youth that we're addressing this evening, to also be familiar with the kinds of things that are in play. If you're talking about the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, I mean, for those who don't know, and I don't think that there's anybody who shouldn't know. I mean, drawing from what my colleague has mentioned, we are in an information age where, in the comfort of your home, you can just ask for any kind of information and you can just get. I think that part of what we should encourage people and encourage our youths is to get out of their comfort zone and try to find out what and what. Through this program, for example, I believe that those who are watching and listening know that there is a youth program in partnership between the Bank of Industry and the National Youth Service that tries to look at how much they can make available for youth corpers, youths who are doing their 1-year youth service, but who show promise in terms of entrepreneurship. I mean, so here and there, I mean, we can continue, we can only do as much as we can. What is important is that we have these programs running. Those who are participating are actually participating, but we expect more and more people to, because these programs are running, and I mean, we're going to keep talking about this. We're going to keep organizing. Just last week, the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment had its 16th council meeting in Lagos. All of these are things that are occurring outside our offices. They are taken outside just so that people can participate and can get familiar with the kinds of programs and activities that are on by this government for the benefit of the people.
I'm glad that you've spoken, you clarified, your job description within the Bola Tinubu administration. And you've spoken about industry being at the core of what it is that you do. And a lot of people know that we are currently challenged. Our industry is currently challenged. In fact, part of the reasons why it was seen that our unemployment figures are so high is because, our industries, we've been told, are dying. Or, maybe a different type of industry is springing up in the creative sector. But the core industry, the real industries, the ones that power the economy, a lot of them are moving out of our country as a result of the challenges that confront them. I'm sure that you've had meetings with associations like the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. What are the concretes that you're doing, you're making to make sure that the challenges that they speak to, such as power supply, I know that's not within your purview, but what are some of the ways you're going round about these challenges to make sure that more people see industry, real industry, as something that is attractive to them?
I think that I can say this right away, that, I mean, one of the things that any government at all, owes its people is a level of confidence that it provides. After about a year and about 3 months, of this administration, what Mr. President did was that at the beginning of his administration, he had just had one minister, who was the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment. But after about a year, what Mr. President did was to send 2 ministers, one, the Minister in charge of Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke, and the Minister of State in charge of Industry. This in itself was a recognition of that role of industry that you have tried to highlight. What did I do immediately after I went to the ministry? One of the first things that I did was to have a session with Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, organized private sector, and then we spoke. And then the key word was collaboration. I announced the setting up of the Industrial Revolution Work Group with me as chairman and the president of MAN as the co-chair. The good news is that a lot of the industries that had folded up and closed shop and left this country, in the 2 years of this administration, we haven't had a record of such occurrences anymore. In itself is a testament to the confidence that this government came in, the kinds of bold pronouncements that Mr. President made, and the pursuit of a lot of those pro-business and pro-industry policies that he put in place. Yesterday I went to Kano. I went to inspect, the Mamuda Industrial Complex. And he told me, he said, Minister, if at the beginning of this administration I had any doubt about where it was headed, that after 2 years, the level of confidence that I have and that the business community has over this administration is all-time high. Why? He says, I go to a bank, I'm asking for $2 million. I don't even need to get to my house before that $2 million is available. That this is unlike what has been in the past 16 years. And that, yes, I mean, the currency may have been devalued, but that it's better to do it at one go than spend 16 years and do it little by little. And therefore, there is no stability and all of that. You know, so in terms of the Industrial Revolution Work Group that I established, I mean, at the moment, we have thematic areas that are targeted at examining all those bottlenecks, all those challenges and problems that in themselves were the reason why industries closed shop and left the number that did. I mean, we have a thematic area on power, infrastructure. We have another area on affordable short-term finance. We have another area on bureaucratic bottlenecks and all of that, ease of doing business. All of these things we are tackling. And I can assure you that the kind of confidence that this government has brought in itself has stopped, you know, the closure of industries, has given more confidence to further and further industrial growth, and it's doing more in order to restore confidence in the space. You're also right that if you look at the developed countries and developed climes, it's industry that accommodates, you know, a greater percentage of the employable people in such countries. I mean, it's in the early 70s, industry competed almost neck to neck with government in terms of the number of people that it employed. And therefore, the future of this country, the future of every country for that sake, lies in the growth of its industry. As much as we expand our industrial base and capacity, that is the extent to which we're able to accommodate all the challenges of unemployment, all the challenges in terms of our GDP growth and all of that. But this government is determined, and this government is pursuing it, and I think that we are surely on course towards achieving that.
Well, Honourable Ministers, I'm going to ask you to hold your thoughts for us, because I'm sure that these young people here are brimming with questions. I still have further questions for you both. I mean, for instance, we're talking about industry now, but the question is, what revolution are we pursuing, for instance? People are saying, we've since left the Industrial Revolution. We're talking about the fourth, or is it the fifth Industrial Revolution? Meanwhile, Nigeria has not even started. But we'll come back to all of that. We just need to take a break at this point, and we'll be back to take questions from our audience and perhaps further questions from those who are asking them online. Please stay with us.
At a time when payments were a puzzle, there arose a need for a game changer, one that could pioneer e-payment solutions, enabling transactions between buyers and sellers, like making payments online or with just phone number. So, if you're still wondering how it all started, look no further.
Unified payments, unifying businesses for people.
Congratulations to the workaholic president. I extend my warm congratulations to His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on the occasion of his second year in office. Your renewed hope agenda continues to steer Nigeria towards progress and development. We in Edo State remain committed to partnering with the federal government to build a more prosperous and secure nation for all Nigerians. May your leadership continue to bring positive transformation to our beloved country. Signed, Senator Monday Okpewolo, Executive Governor of Edo State.
Unmatched security, timeless elegance, looking for doors that offer ultimate protection without compromising on style? Susre Doors presents Pivot Doors, crafted for luxury and designed for durability. Our exclusive heavy-duty security doors are built to withstand the toughest threats, giving you total peace of mind. Strength, style, and security all in one. Upgrade your home today. Call us now or visit our showroom. Susre Doors, securing your world.
wires and cable. Great quality, now with the new look.
Happy birthday to a worthy colleague. On the occasion of your birthday, on behalf of the government and the good people of Edo State, I extend my warmest felicitations and heartfelt congratulations to you, my dear colleague and esteemed state governor. We salute your contributions, and your legacy continues to inspire. May this special day bring you joy, peace, and fulfillment as you continue to be a source of inspiration and wisdom to all. We pray for continued good health, strength, and wisdom to lead your state towards a brighter future. Happy birthday, Your Excellency. Signed, Senator Monde Okpewolo, the Executive Governor of Edo State.
At Home Options, you're welcome to a world of elegance, where every corner whispers sophistication. Step into our showroom and indulge your senses with our timeless designs and craftsmanship, from plush sofas to magnificent dining tables that host lifetime celebrations. Our collections, the hallmark of luxury. Create your haven with exclusive bedroom selections and turn your sanctuary into a realm of refined tranquility. When it comes to bathroom solutions, our stylish fixtures, lavish tubs and showers are crafted for your well-being, transforming your daily routine into a ritual of indulgence. At Home Options, we provide lifestyle solutions. So visit our showrooms in Lagos and Port Harcourt, because your space deserves to mirror your impeccable taste. Home Options. Live well.
When your name couldn't open doors, you didn't give up. You made your way in anyway, only to find out that there are many doors you still need to open. So you work hard to get the keys until your name began to open doors.
Let Meristem help you keep the doors open for generations to come. Meristem, let's grow wealth for you.
Well, we still have the Ministers of Digital Economy and the Minister of State for Industry with us in our Abuja studios. And we did say that this conversation is interactive. And so we have a number of young people who are on standby for their questions. They have a few questions to ask you. I'll be calling Olofin Aliyu to ask his first. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to have the question. I'm Olofin Aliyu from Lagos State University, and my question goes to the Minister for Communication. So my question is, when we are talking about regulation, what is the parameter of measuring those people that are going to determine the regulation? And second question is going to be that, who are those people that are going to be at the realm of regulating? Is this not going to be a kind of parameter to politicize that aspect if it is eventually being created? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olofin. I'm going to call Ayola Olayemi as well.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Ayola Olayemi, Faculty of Law, University of Lagos. My question is directed to Honorable Minister Bosu Tijani, the Minister of Communications and Digital Economy. I have been a fan of your work, sir, and I have followed you closely vis-a-vis your agribusiness line, and I'm also a farmer. I used to have my farm at Timashai before I moved to Ekpe. I would like to ask, sir, what advice do you have for young people like us who are into the agribusiness sector? Of course, it's not always about tech. What opportunities does the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy have for the young persons like us who are looking into the agribusiness sector? Thank you very much.
Would never have seen that coming.
I was thinking that should be directed to industry since.
No,
so
but he knows why he's directed it to the Minister of Bosun Tijani, because I know that, you know, he must be following him on Instagram as well, and his steps in the agric sector. But we have also Habib Aru, who also has a question.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Aru Habib Atonda from Lagos State University. So my question is directed at the Minister of Trade and Investment. So I'm looking at the
State for Industries.
Yeah, okay. So my question is, due to the rise of cryptocurrency and how it's growing faster in the country and in the global, let's say it's growing globally. So I want to ask, how can the government impact the cryptocurrency to develop the economical growth and for the youth and also for the people of Nigeria? How can it impact us economically? And what can the government do about it?
Okay. Thank you. And Muria Dauda.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Murna Dauda Magaji from the Redeemers College of Technology and Management, and my question is directed to the Minister of Communications. So he mentioned that there are platforms online that we should be more versatile, like online, to get information concerning some happening things. So now there are lots of frauds, there are a lot of links that could be sent, and most of those links they are not legit. Some of them are scams. How are we sure? How can there be something that could help us make sure of the real legit links, those things that could actually help us? Thank you.
And those are the questions that we have for now. It's over now to you, our ministers in Abuja studios. I think Dr. Bosun Tijani would want to answer his 3 questions first before we go to Senator John Owaino.
No, absolutely, and let me take the opportunity to appreciate all the questions. Some of them are extremely technical. They may look simple on the surface. I'll try to go into them so I don't take too much time. I think for the one from Olofin, you were talking about how do we ensure inclusivity in the way regulations are being developed so that we know that the content of the regulation is actually serving the people. And I'm a big fan of what you've asked. So for instance, we have the Nigerian Digital Economy and E-Governance Bill, which is past the first reading at the National Assembly. And Olofin, I think you'll be proud of this government because this bill will ensure that it traveled to all the 36 states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory to seek for feedback, right? So it's not just a bill that we've drafted and we've sent to the National Assembly. It's actually gone all over the country to get feedback. If you're also interested in regulations, because again, it's technical, you should also look at how Nigeria developed its national AI strategy. It's one of the first AI strategies in the world that was developed through a co-creation process. We actually use artificial intelligence to find all the Nigerians all over the world that are working in AI, and we looked for the top 100 of them. We did this by writing a model that looked at all the publications in AI all over the world. Then we looked at the name library to find those names of the authors that are Nigerians. And we brought them to Abuja, and those were the people that developed our AI strategy. We're doing exactly the same for our blockchain strategy, which I think speaks to the question that it was Abib that asked question on cryptocurrency. Because we've seen that a lot of young Nigerians are interested in crypto, but we've seen a dilemma where crypto works for individuals, but it doesn't protect nation states. And as Nigerians in Africa, we can't necessarily just encourage technology that serves individuals without protecting the states. It's important. So what we've done is we're using that same inclusive approach to come up with our blockchain strategy. For the question from Ayola, you've actually demonstrated what I was saying earlier, that for young people, you have access to information and you can follow your leaders, you can question them, and this is a government that communicates extensively. For you to know that I'm passionate about agriculture, even though I'm Minister of Digital Economy, I think you follow my work closely. And my advice to you, Ayola, would be that there's no future for any sector, particularly agriculture, where digital technology is not at the heart of it. You know what I mean when you think of the role of drones in agriculture, what drones can do compared to what you have to do when you have to put a lot of labor into the field. When you're talking about precision agriculture, this is the only way we're going to increase and improve our output in agriculture. We're going to an era where if we're not careful, it will not make any sense for us to actually grow what we eat in our country. And the reason for that is that you're seeing a lot of countries that are using advanced technologies like artificial intelligence in agriculture, and that's raising their productivity really high, which means their outputs and the cost that goes into their production is becoming small. So it won't make sense for us because their food will be cheaper than ours, and it's not sustainable if we're importing everything we eat, which means folks like you are important for the future of agriculture. If you can take everything you're learning at the minute, if you can invest yourself in understanding how technology can help improve productivity in agriculture, you will hold a significant place in the future of agriculture for this country. And on the last question from Mona, you are absolutely correct. We know that as internet is becoming ubiquitous, protecting our people is also important, which is why President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, one of the first things he did when he came was to sign into law the act that backs the establishment of our Data Protection Commission. So Nigeria today now has one of the best data protection agencies in Africa. And part of what we're working on is to find ways to actually train nearly all Nigerians on digital literacy. You know, digital literacy is what will help you to be able to identify those fraudulent platforms. Of course, for the government of Nigeria, when you see the platform of the government of Nigeria, to a large extent, you'll be able to identify them. We're also getting support from Ike Imokwede Foundation, and I think next week in Lagos, there's a program that is happening that is focused on helping us to design the National Web Design Standard. And what this standard will do is that it will establish a common look and feel, but also sales, whereby as a Nigerian citizen, if you see the website that belongs to the Nigerian government, you will recognize it. And this is also something we're building in an inclusive manner. To tie it back to what Olofin said, government is not just coming up with this design. We're actually inviting some of the best designers of Nigerian descent, and those in the country and outside of the country that are working at the top level of design to participate. This is being funded by the Ike Imokwede Foundation, and it's something we're putting in place. Exciting questions from all of you. It's the kind of questions you should be asking as young people, and you have a role to play in ensuring that as a nation, we can build the future that we all want to see. It's a collective responsibility, not just for government. The media has got a role to play, and you yourself as well, as you grow into society, you have a significant role to play to help us strengthen our society.
All right, so maybe it's the turn of the Minister for Industry, the State for Industry. Minister, your turn.
Yeah, thank you. I think the question I had, was, related to leveraging crypto, in terms of, the economy and how youths can get involved and all that. Minister Bosun has already made a comment about that. What I can say is that, our country has gone through a period in time in which, there was almost like an absolute or total ban on matters about cryptocurrency, to a present situation where there is more accommodation. And why not? And we've got a president who is forward-looking and who is progressive. Mr. President has an 8-point agenda. Agenda 7 speaks to diversifying our economy, not just through industry or through manufacturing, but also through digitization, and all of that. And cryptocurrency is an aspect of that digitization. I mean, we cannot have a future and make any progress, especially in terms of, the fourth industrial revolution, without having to be more accommodating. And that is why, sometime last month, Mr. President assented to, a bill that amended, the Securities and Exchange Commission Act. Now, the details of that, new, law, give, a lot of sweeping and comprehensive powers to SEC, to be able to regulate, a lot of aspects, of crypto, cryptocurrency and all of that. Therefore, I think that because of the increasing emphasis and interest the world over, led by United States and all of that, I think that SEC is in a better position now to provide the kind of robust regulation that should be able to accommodate the thirst and the desire of our young men and women, our youths, who have, a lot of interest in terms of crypto and how all of this. I mean, Minister Bosun has talked about the fact that it's always been, crypto working for individuals and not working for the system or working for the economy and all of that. And I think that going forward is to try to see how we can balance this out, just so the country can also have benefits of, the growth of cryptocurrency. So why not? I mean, this government is very accommodating and very entertaining, and it's opening up the space, to be able to accommodate this and make our people more and more, to get involved in crypto. Thank you.
All right, Minister. Now, let's take it to Mr. Bosu Tijani, just as we begin to see how we can wrap up. I'm sure you piggyback on some of the things your colleague has said about broadband technology and cryptocurrency, because a lot of people, I've seen a lot of young people now into retail trading in that sense, from cryptocurrency to FX and all of that. Some as an side, some as full-time job. If you go to Twitter, there's a lot of spaces, literally 24 hours. They are talking about movements, out to long and short and all of these things. So maybe you also help in your intervention in that sense. But in addition to that, there's an ambition for 90% of the population to have, for us to have a broadband penetration up to 90% of the population by the end of this year. I want to find out how that has gone. Where are we at the moment? Because we're looking at it for national security, election management, connectivity and communication, and business viability.
Thank you so much for that question. So the target and the number is not 90% by the end of this year. What we're doing is that there's a national broadband committee over the years that's been able to determine that for every Nigerian to actually have access, that we must invest in 125,000 kilometers of fiber optic network. What we can see at the minute is that Nigeria currently has about 40,000. And this is why when people complain about the quality of the internet they use, most of the time when people say network is not good, you're trying to make a WhatsApp call, which requires broadband to be able to function. It's not like your normal call that will go through Spectrum. So for that to happen, because the infrastructure is not at par with the growth that we're seeing in the country, there are so many Nigerians with smartphones. I think a significant portion of our people actually now having access. I think more than 50% of the country now have access to some sort of smartphone. But what you're seeing is that the investment is not being at par. So when we came into office, what the government looked at was the situation of the sector, to saying, how do we encourage private sector to continue to invest? Of course, for those who have followed this story, you see when they were clamoring for tariff, we had to look for a balance to saying, how do we increase tariff without putting too much pressure on people? And immediately we did that, even before we did that, because the president took a few decisions. For instance, the president declared all telecommunications infrastructure critical national infrastructure. The tax reform that you saw started inspiring confidence in the sector. So you see that in 2024, when you compare to the foreign direct investment into the sector to 2023, in Q1 2023, we had about $22 million coming in. In Q1 2024, we had close to 200 million. And Q3 was also quite similar. But what we've seen is because we've been able to make that shift, we've recorded so far this year investment in infrastructure into the sector that is worth more than $1 billion. That's from the private sector. But government is then also realized that it's not going to be enough, because the private sector will invest where they see that they can make an immediate return, which is why the government is investing in what you're talking about, which is 90,000 kilometers of fiber optic cables across the country. Of course, as you can imagine, that's going to cost us about $2 billion. We need to raise that money, which, of course, the World Bank is leading. So we're making significant progress. Our goal is that we'll start to lay that fiber by the end of the year.
When do you hope to deliver it, Honorable Minister? Very quickly, if you can hear me.
Nigerians,
Dr. Tijani, if you can hear me.
At all.
Dr. Tijani, sorry to interrupt your thoughts, but when do you hope to deliver that fiber optic project, the 90,000 kilometers you're speaking of?
It is starting this year. We're laying the cable this year, but 90,000 kilometers will take you nothing less than 3 to 5 years to complete. What we are doing is, because we have a lot of young people who are seeking jobs, our goal is to ensure that we can mobilize a lot of resources towards it. So the goal is that by the end of the first term of this administration, a significant portion would have been completed. But what I was also going to say is the fact that aside from fiber, there's about 20 million Nigerians without any form of access to telecommunication services, which is why the government is also now investing in 7,000 telecommunications towers. We launched the first one of it in a village yesterday called Kura, where close to Abuja, there's about 12,000 people living there. I actually went there myself. I think some of the media houses were there with us. They didn't have any form of communication. We launched the first one. But what we're doing smartly is we're not just leaving it for them to use to make calls. The same equipment is now being used to provide internet to the local health facility, but also to the school in that community. And that's also something we're adding to the 90,000 kilometers of fiber.
All right, Honorable Minister, I have to also...
So this government is building a strong foundation.
Honorable Minister, I'm afraid I have to take the comments of the Minister of Industry. And there is a quick question here for him. This is from the DG of the textile industry now. He wants to know what the Minister of Industry is doing to revive Nigeria's textile industry, especially in the face of this Nigeria First policy, which President Bola Tinubu has now come up with.
Well, I think that is a very excellent question. I mean, why not? The textile sector in the early 70s, was a very robust sector and employed a lot of people and a lot of foreign exchange for country. But having said so, right away, I mean, it's interestingly, just sometime last month, the National Economic Council took a decision, that said that there should be the establishment of the CTG board. CTG is cotton textile garment. Because although you talk about textiles, the three almost always go together. Cotton, textile, garment. And incidentally, again, if you look at my 2025, outlook, you're going to see CTG featuring very prominently, because it's also an area that I think that the government has a glorious chance to make quite a lot of impact. Sometime in April, I convened a stakeholders session on CTG, where we had breakout sessions. Those on cotton were in their own room, those textiles in their own room, the other ones, garment in their own room, trying to see how, first is a sector that with these three major, players, those in cotton, those in textile, those in garment, they keep pulling from different directions and all of that. So there was need to bring all of them together. We spoke together and then tried to have the breakout sessions where some decisions were taken. So that's right. A lot of effort is going on from my part in the ministry. Fortunately, from the level of the Presidency and the National Economic Council, there's also renewed interest. But we're also pushing and hoping that beyond the board, that the CTG sector is enough for a council, just like we have in terms of the automotive sector, the NADDC, just as we have in the sugar sector, the National Sugar Development Council. The CTG sector also requires some kind of council that takes care of the day-to-day business of running, such, a critical sector of our industrial base and all of that. So, a lot is going on. Next month, for example, it's going to be a public-private sector engagement in Lagos on CTG. The idea is that, and a lot of people have shown interest in this sector. And like you mentioned, in particular with the Nigeria First policy that was announced by Mr. President, it's in itself is glorious for the sector. I've given examples where just a singular policy decision on the part of government can actually turn things around in the sector and get more and more people, to buy into it. So my hope is that in the next couple of months, we're going to come up with quite some measurable, outcomes in terms of the engagements that we've had and in terms of what it is going forward in this sector.
Well, Honorable Ministers, we have to thank you very much for your time with us. Dr. Bosun Tijani is the Minister for Digital Communications and Digital Development. And we also had with us in our Abuja studios, Senator John Onwa-Eno, who is the Minister of State for Industry. Honorable Ministers, thank you so much once more for joining us on this program. Well, we'll take a break now, and we'll be going to we'll still stay in our studios in Abuja. We understand that our correspondent, Kumbi Aboluwade, is still gathering responses on social media, and we'll be taking a bit of them after this time off. Please stay with us.
Take advantage of the Adrian Homes golden opportunity to become your own landlord with an amazing offer of 30% discount on land sales. Celebrate the Eid Kebir with a gift of a ram or bag of rice. You also get an option of 24 months payment plan. Adrian Homes celebrates with you this Ilea. Adrian Homes.
Building cities, communities, and homes.
And cable. Great quality. Now with the new look.
At Home Options, you're welcome to a world of elegance, where every corner whispers sophistication. Step into our showroom and indulge your senses with our timeless designs and craftsmanship, from plush sofas to magnificent dining tables that host lifetime celebrations. Our collections, the hallmark of luxury. Create your haven with exclusive bedroom selections and turn your sanctuary into a realm of refined tranquility. When it comes to bathroom solutions, our stylish fixtures, lavish tubs and showers are crafted for your well-being, transforming your daily routine into a ritual of indulgence. At Home Options, we provide lifestyle solutions. So visit our showrooms in Lagos and Port Harcourt, because your space deserves to mirror your impeccable taste. Home Options. Live well.
Happy birthday to a worthy colleague. On the occasion of your birthday, on behalf of the government and the good people of Edo State, I extend my warmest felicitations and heartfelt congratulations to you, my dear colleague and esteemed state governor. We salute your contributions, and your legacy continues to inspire. May this special day bring you joy, peace, and fulfillment as you continue to be a source of inspiration and wisdom to all. We pray for continued good health, strength, and wisdom to lead your state towards a brighter future. Happy birthday, Your Excellency. Signed, Senator Monde Okpewolo, the Executive Governor of Edo State.
At a time when payments were a puzzle, there arose a need for a game changer, one that could pioneer e-payment solutions, enabling transactions between buyers and sellers, like making payments online or with just phone number. So, if you're still wondering how it all started, look no further.
Unified Payments, unifying businesses for people.
When you sweat, you lose
too. Reach for Pocari Sweat, similar to your body fluid. It is easily absorbed and rehydrates you faster. Replenish your ions with Pocari Sweat Iron Supply Drink.
Mom, there's another power outage.
Daddy, let me do it.
Congratulations to the workaholic president. I extend my warm congratulations to His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on the occasion of his second year in office. Your renewed hope agenda continues to steer Nigeria towards progress and development. We in Edo State remain committed to partnering with the federal government to build a more prosperous and secure nation for all Nigerians. May your leadership continue to bring positive transformation to our beloved country. Signed, Senator Monday Okpewolo, Executive Governor of Edo State.
Welcome to What Event. The thrill is gone.
Sports bets and casino games, the stakes are rising. Play your way, the chance is near. With competitive odds, the win is clear. What Event, bet smart when they feel alive. Lightning payouts, non-stop vibes. Your journey to greatness, it's here, it's begun. What Event!
It's time for the main event. This is incredible. He has written it, and the dream lives on. I cannot believe it. They are in such a menacing mood here. Hear the place in all its magnificence.
Stay connected to DSTV this April and May and get all the football finals you want.
Hello and welcome to your social media segment where we get to air your views and your thoughts for those who are not opportune to be in our studios and have been following the conversations online. Well, let's begin with this person, Yusuf Abdul, who's on Facebook saying, adopt Beavers option A4 and video coverage for all party primaries and election day plus instant upload of results after announcement by the polling officer. He's preferring solutions as to how the government can gain the confidence of Nigerian youths. And Opie Benjamin is saying, no, I will never jackpot from this country. I will only travel and come back. I want to be president of this country and turn it to the new face of the earth. We hope that you can make good use of that opportunity when you get on sit. Kolawole Michael Unique is saying, let there be e-voting with your NIN or BVN. You will only vote once, and electronic transmission of vote should count. The last 2 years is my worst experience in business. We believe in the president and expect a better economic policy that will alleviate the suffering of many Nigerians, which will improve the purchasing power. That's from Ballard Henry David Buki from Facebook. Also from Facebook, Eze Johnson Obi saying business fund was easily accessible during Buhari's tenure than what it is obtaining today. Bank of Industry loan assessment procedures, requirements, terms and conditions under this administration are not easy and scary for small business owners. It is only designed for the rich. It is very unfortunate that there is no sustainable youth intervention program since the removal of the oil subsidy And since the inception of this government, the money from the oil subsidy goes where? He's asking the government where the money from subsidy goes to. Well, Ashi Lawrence is saying most government funds are not accessible to common business owners. The programs are mostly politicized. The funds only reach few that has connections with those in such offices. That's from Ashi Lawrence, also on Facebook. Well, infrastructural deficit, lack of enough lecture halls, poor internet connectivity, lack of extracurricular activity facilities such as sports, library, ICT, amongst others, inadequate manpower, especially in technical education, financial challenges, lack of scholarship and adequate support, lack of internship and career development initiatives. I'm sure he's talking about the challenges he faces as a Nigerian youth. Wisdom Thompson is saying, to address insecurity in Nigeria, the government can take a multifaceted approach that includes strengthening law enforcement agencies with better training and equipment, improving intelligence gathering and community policing, addressing root causes such as poverty and unemployment, promoting social cohesion and dialogue among diverse groups, and enhancing judicial processes to ensure swift and fair justice. Additionally, investing in technology for surveillance and rapid response, as well as collaborating with regional and international partners to tackle cross-border threats. He's referring solutions to the security challenges plaguing the nation. Also, Wisdom Chibueze is saying electoral reforms that only will build up the social contract between the government and the youths. When the votes of the youth count, his voice will be respected by the government. Also, from Facebook, Mariam Said Marafa is saying she faces various challenges, including limited access to quality education and resources, infrastructure deficiencies, poor internet and connectivity, financial constraints, and limited scholarship opportunities. Brain drain, no matter how talented I was as a student seeking opportunities abroad, is a challenge to me because I'm a third-class generation. As a third-class generation, I never had the opportunity to participate in any program or workshop and attend by the first generation. Well, that's where we wrap it up on this segment. We're going to a short break now, but when we return, the conversation continues in Lagos.
With Channels TV Podcast and get all the trending stories. Simply log on to channelstv.com. Click on podcast, select the program of your choice, and listen. Our podcast is available on Apple, Google, and Spotify. Tap the expertise you trust. Touch the stories that touch you. Anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back. It's still Empowering the Future, a special program by Channels Television. It's a youth forum to aggregate the interest of young people and help them define the future they want to live in. And this is going to be a packed session. But let's begin with introducing those who are already in our Lagos studios. This is going to be youth in politics, youth in governance, and in business. But right here in our Lagos studios, we have two of our guests. Honorable Joshua Aldugana is a member representing Lavon, Mokwa, and Edati Federal Constituency from Niger State, as well as Amanda Jayola, founder, Akio Concept, lead event and partnerships, MasterCard Foundation Youth Advisory Committee. Thank you so much for coming on the program.
Thank you.
Honorable, naturally, let's start from you. Everybody loves governance. Everybody loves politics. Let me start with a funny question. What party are you now?
Opposition party.
So are you defecting anytime soon?
I'm not defecting.
Why are you not defecting?
Parties are just platforms for you to present the programs you had for your people. So I don't see the difference between APC, PDP, Labour. They're all platforms. And so if there are 10 of us that have ideas that want to present to our people, we're free to go to any of the parties, present, and go to the public and get elected.
You say opposition party. There's no such party.
People's Democratic Party today
That's all I
is the opposition party.
Are you embarrassed by your party? Why would you just
I'm
say
not
their
embarrassed. We're only growing to be a stronger party. People forget that once upon a time, the president today was the leader of the opposition party when democracy returned into Nigeria in 1999. And the strength he grew, or the muscles he grew politically, was from being in the opposition. Now he's in the ruling party. And so we as People's Democratic Party haven't learned how to grow those same muscles as an opposition party. And remember, he being an opposition person from the start, learned all the tricks. And now that he's in the ruling party, he's beating also our game, being the expert of being an opposition leader.
Okay, you're already alleging that it's distorting your party. Is this fine? But the question I want to ask you as we move on is to the effect that, is it concerning that we have now all agreed that Nigerian political parties don't have ideology?
We do have an ideology in People's Democratic Party. I'm not here to debate between parties, but everyone knows, if you're someone that studies history, how did parties become parties, or people came together? Most of them were fallouts from parties that had ideology, ganged up because of their failures, and now rode on sentiments that made people to vote sentimentally. Now, voting sentimentally is the result you're having today. If you vote objectively, you will definitely have better results. So people have forgotten the days that there was no mobile phones in Nigeria. The internet was not there. People have forgotten all the development that we, as a ruling party, did in our 16 years of power. So what I hope is that if this administration finishes their tenure, let us have a look of the 16 years of PDP and 16 years of APC.
So you're technically giving Bola Tinubu second term?
I'm not technically giving him second term. If the electoral reform that we as opposition wants to take place doesn't take place before the next election, of course, Nigerians know the outcome already. We don't need to say anything.
I know you're not a politician. You're in tech and all of that. No, so actually, what would be your comment as to how we can use technology to improve the electoral system?
Well, I've been thinking about how we can actually use tech to improve elections. If we can make it easy for people to vote from their houses, if there can be a technology or an app that can be created for people to vote from their houses, I believe we will see positive changes in the electoral system.
And that's where we should be going to in terms of, the ease with which, everyone should be able to cast their ballot. But I think there's some uniqueness from what we've seen, even all over the world, about how ballots should be cast. There's always that thing about going out on election day to go and vote. We don't know. Maybe the lawyers in the House will be able to tell us. But let's focus a bit on your work. And you have done great work, especially with vulnerable groups. Yeah. Making sure that you're able to provide help to the needy, to those who need it. Catering to girls, making sure that they have sanitary hygiene now for the times when those things are needed. As someone who has, let's say, lived and listened to those cadre of people, and being in a conversation like this for young people, what are some of the things that you want those in authority who are listening to the voices of young people today to have at the back of their minds, given the work that you do?
For me, I feel there's enough of the mentoring. Let us give the youth the voice, especially women, because we face lots of barriers. I'm a shoemaker, and I know how hard it is to actually convince my clients that I can actually produce good shoes, because they believe you're a woman, so you're giving it to someone to do it. But the moment they see that I am the one making it, they're like, oh, wow, a woman is doing this, a woman is doing that. So for people in authority, I think that we should give these people the voice. Like we, the youths, we should have the voice. And let them give us space on the table. Enough of saying it in papers. Let them give us a space to actually come. It's one thing to say you're designing for the youths. It's another thing to actually bring them into the design system. If you actually want to create a change for women, for youths, bring them into when you're creating. It should start from the ideation stage. It shouldn't be after the solutions are created and it's not catering to their needs. Then you now say, oh, how can we go about it? No, start with them from the beginning. And I believe that, yes, there will be lots of changes.
They might argue that there are so many of us. I mean, 70% of Nigeria's population are young people. How is it possible for government to be able to involve all of those people from the ideation stage?
Okay, so we can create hubs. I would say, like, let's look at what the MasterCard Foundation is doing with partners. What they do is they have a target of empowering at least 30,000 African youths by 2030. If they decide to do this on their own, they won't go far. What they decided to do is to partner with organizations to help them actualize these goals. So if they want to actually get this done, look for entrepreneurs, look for businesses that you can partner with them to create an initiative that can actually bring this change to these people. So
let me ask you, you make the shoes you're currently wearing?
Yes.
Proudly.
Even my earrings.
Even your earrings as well. That is interesting. Yes. So, Honorable, let me ask you, I mean, one of the things that was widely celebrated in Nigeria as, will I say, a hallmark for inclusive governance, inclusive policies for young people in politics was the Not Too Young to Run bill. I do not know if that was one of the policies or one of the laws that enabled you run. But given that particular law that came into effect, a lot of people were hopeful as to what could happen for young people. And we've seen quite an increase, especially in the House of Representatives, with young people getting involved. In some places, houses of assembly now have a lot more young people. Yeah. But would you say that right now they are a good, let's say, marketer of the idea that more young people should be within political space?
Yes, I believe more people are being involved today. We can see that from the last election. There are movements. I don't want to campaign for everyone by mentioning such movements here, but there are movements that you knew that these were the new voters, the new echelon of people who wanted certain things in governance, in government, that they wanted to experience in their own growth. They voted people they could reach, people who were ready to listen to them, and that's why you have that rich mix today. Even among the appointees in the executive, you see there are a lot of young people who have been appointed ministers, director generals, and the like. So it's growing. It will not happen overnight. As they test to see more young people who are competent in delivering programs, delivering policy of the current government, I believe that confidence of the older generation will now step aside while younger people take the center stage.
Okay, let's bring in our other guests. I said it's a very big panel. We're now being joined from our Abuja studios. 4 gentlemen. Mohammed Oyanki is the Deputy Speaker of the Nasarawa State House of Assembly. Is the one with the green cap. We also have Mr. Samson Itoldo, quite a popular face. He's the Executive Director of Yaga Africa. Also have joining us from our Abuja studio, Zachariah Alphonse, Deputy Director of Partnership Development, Skill Acquisition and Entrepreneurship Development at the NYSC. And also right there is Excel Aja, CEO, Silicon Africa Organization. Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming on the program. And let's see how much we can binge through the conversation. Let me start with you, Honorable, the Deputy Speaker, who is one of the youngest principal officers in Nigeria, by the way. Tell us about what it takes in terms of being in the legislature at this age, given the fact that we already have a lot of gladiators, people with a lot of war chest, and that can influence a lot of things on the floor of the House at any point in time. How were you able to emerge as Deputy Speaker And how are you managing that space in representing young people? Because the idea besides what we're doing today, as far as asking hard questions, is also to chronicle people's journey.
One thing I can categorically tell you is I am the Deputy Speaker, the youngest elected lawmaker in the Federal Republic of Nigeria by the grace of God. And one thing I can also tell you for sure is I have been able to find myself around beautiful lawmakers, ranking members that have been in the House for 2 terms, have been in the House for 3 terms, and being humble and ready to learn has been what has been driving me and what has taken me this far as being the Deputy Speaker of the National State House of Assembly, and even presiding in the State House of Assembly as a first-timer, barely 24 months. But then I sit with lawmakers, I sit with ranking members, and then I preside and I pass resolutions. So I'll tell you, it's just God and being humble. But like we have rightly agreed, today is a youth day. How can a youth of my age be here? One thing I will tell every youth is discipline. Discipline is very, very important. Discipline is a fundamental of existence as far as I am concerned. And then God. God is divine. This is destiny. I am here by the grace of God, and as much as possible, I try to maintain discipline. These are older people. You have to be humble if you want to learn or you want to move forward. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to Samson. Mr. Itodo, we've seen your work. I think everybody who follows the space already knows what you have done, what you can do. You have an overview of the electoral system, the governance system in Nigeria. And you were one of those at the vanguard of ensuring that the Not Too Young to Run bill passes. And now we're seeing some of this result. People like Oyanki, first timer being a principal officer in the State Assembly in that sense. But 2 years down the line of the Bola Tinubu administration, and since this bill was passed, how would you say the young people have fared in representing their demographic effectively in impacting governance in Nigeria?
Well, thanks, Jeffrey and Maupe. I think to a large extent, you have the Deputy Speaker here as one of the beneficiaries of the Not Too Young to Run legislation. You have Honorable Rukayat, who is in the Kwara State House of Assembly, who is also a beneficiary of the Not Too Young to Run. At least in the 2023 elections, for the first time you had young people between 25 and 29 who are in the House of Reps. But you see, when we talk about youth representation, it's not the quantitative dimension of representation or participation. The key question is, how are these young people performing in public office? And I say that for those of us who were actively involved, in this advocacy for youth representation, we're quite impressed with what we have seen with these young people who have gone into leadership to change the face of politics. But we are far away from where we want to be. And there are just 3 things. And let me preface those 3 things by saying, I am not a youth. I used to be a youth. Now I'm above that age, so I cannot be classified as a young person. As a youth within our age definition. But I'd say 3 things that I have learned in the last 2 years of getting young people into office. The first thing is there's a place for preparation as far as leadership is concerned. And this is why it is important, for young people to invest in leadership development. Unfortunately, we come and we're within a context that does not celebrate merit-based transformative leadership. And so we need to inculcate that, into young people. The second point that I really need to highlight is that there has to be ideology that drives the kind of politics that we practice. The dominant nature, the dominant character of the politics that we practice in Nigeria is not the one that is practiced around values. It's not the one that promotes performance in office. And young people who clamor for leadership cannot act in the same manner that the traditional politician actually act, because Nigerians are looking for a new lease, a new character of leadership. So young people have what it takes to provide that leadership, but they've got to be prepared. The last point, in terms of my experience, is as a country, we're not paying the attention we need to pay to young people. The End SARS protests, the End Bad Governance protests are all manifestation of the angst, the disillusionment that young people have about how a country that is and that exists or that should exist to serve their interests is one that has relegated them to victims and not necessarily actors in the development process or co-travelers in ensuring that this country gets to where it is. Today, as you can see, a lot of young people are upset. They are upset with leadership at all levels because leadership is not delivering political opportunity, economic opportunities to young people. And I really want to say that in today's Nigeria, we have to make efforts to get young people into office. This thing where political parties pay high cost of nomination fees to exclude young people, where this political class weaponize democratic instruments to disadvantage young people. And when we say young people, it's not just young men, but also young women, is unacceptable. And that's what young people are saying from the street and on social media.
Well, thank you for your initial contributions, Samson. Let me quickly bring in Excel Aja, who is the CEO of Silicon Africa Organization. Excel, thank you so much for joining us right there in our Abuja studios. Let me ask you this question as an entrepreneur, somebody who has, you've tried to bring about a social media platform owned by an African. You created this so that a lot of a lot of Africans are not discriminated against and also have opportunities to monetize their content. How is this going, given the fact that a lot of, young people are already on all of these other platforms, international platforms now, that, I don't know, would you say that they are very aware of your own platform, this platform which you have built, and the dangers of being sucked up by these other international platforms?
Frankly, it is not quite easy to build such a big platform in this part of the country, right? Especially because the infrastructure that may support such system is quite expensive to actually acquire, and the kind of talent that will support in building such platforms are really very, very expensive to access. Again, is that in Nigeria and Africa at large, the educational system have not really prepared us so much to build things at that scale. And today, the platform we have built is out there, it's working, and it is moving. But, these global platforms are big giants with a lot of funding, and for a startup like mine, without funding and support from the right institutions, it will be very difficult to scale. So that is one of the challenges we are having. One is funding. The next is the promotion that needs to go into this project so that others will begin to also access it and use it as an African platform, right? So the platform we try to build is to support made in Africa by African ideology. And we are doing that already, trying our best and hoping that we get the kind of support needed. Building from the Eastern region is always the difficult stuff. A lot of things happen much more in Lagos, in Abuja, and someone building from the East is like, maybe from the Northeast, from the Southwest, But when you are building in Lagos, you get some of the support you need. And this is what we're also looking for and asking that the people involved, the authorities involved can support startup like mine, because I know there are a lot of other startups who are actually finding it difficult to scale their platforms because they don't have, one, the infrastructure, two, the support, and the funding needed. So if what we're building can be appreciated, I think more Nigerians will get to know about it. And if platforms like this can be given to people like us, it can help us express what we're doing, even in our localities. The reason why I showed up in Abuja is because I feel that what we're doing in the region is actually underreported. And I hope when I come to Lagos or come to Abuja, I'll be heard more. And as God may have it, I'm here also sharing the story of what we are building. And I hope that such platform will be giving more to us and to other people who are building from different parts of Nigeria. Because many young people are doing a lot of stuff, but they are not being covered, they are not being seen. And I hope that this conversation will help us bring more Nigerians who are building stuff to limelight so people can know what they are doing and help adoption to happen.
Well, I sincerely hope that your work continues to get the recognition that it deserves, because clearly it doesn't seem that you've let the hurdles, stop you. For those who are wondering, Aja is the builder of a social media platform known as Discox. I don't know whether it's Discox or Discuss. It looks like you're trying to say Discuss. Is it correct? Is it Discuss?
Yeah, Discuss.
Discox, okay. And that's the name of the platform. I'm just a little curious. What were you really seeking to correct? How would you say that Nigerians have been discriminated against on all these other global platforms that you think that we need our own social media platform?
Before now, if you notice, most Nigerians were finding it difficult to monetize their content. And if you go to Twitter, go to Facebook, you see a lot of Nigerians pouring in content day in, day out. And when it is time to monetize their content, you'll be told you're a Nigerian, you can't do that. It was just recently, if you notice. You see a Nigerian with over 100,000 following, 200,000 following, and they couldn't monetize their social media platforms, right? That was what actually led our team to say we want to develop something for Nigerians to be able to not be discriminated in the international space. The fact is that Nigeria has the large population, the number of young people who spend more than 2/3 of their time in a day on social media platforms. And such platforms are able to pay them for that. This is what led to us thinking about this. Again, is that I lost my Facebook account. That was in 2022, right? And for almost 6 months, I wasn't online, and I thought I applied and requested for reviews severally. It wasn't coming. I said, man, this is because I'm in Nigeria. If I was in the US, I could go to their office and say, this is what my challenge is, and they could have solved it for me. But after I requested for review severally, and I thought that was a bot response that I was getting, not actually a human agent responded to me. I said, I think there are a lot of Nigerians facing the same situation, and we think that there has to be a change. That was what led to this. And again, is that a number of Nigerians who contribute to these platforms that made it so popular. If you check the statistics of Africans on these platforms, a lot of Nigerians are on there. Okay. And we drive these platforms. We need to be paid for the time we spend on this platform, right? That was what led to this. But
okay, well, some people argue now. I'm just a little curious. Some people, Ajay, if you can hear me, some people argue that now that that problem has been solved globally, do you really still think that there is a need to keep up with the platform that you're currently running? Just quickly, if you can, in maybe a minute.
I wouldn't say that there is no need. What we're doing right now is we are actually pivoting, because that was a challenge that was on the background of our solution, right? That was a challenge that we're trying to solve. But now that this has happened, people were actually coming when we started our platform. But within the time we're doing this, the monetization that happened across social media platforms now happened. And that was what actually tried to stall us, but we are still doing what we are doing and hoping that one of these days we're going to bring up something that will be very unique to Nigerians, to Africans, that will help Africans know that this is from Africa to Africans. That is what we're doing right now.
We celebrate the spirit behind that. We certainly do. Well, we're going to be speaking with our last panelist. Now, he's last but certainly not the least. We have Mr. Zakaria Alphonse, who is the Deputy Director, Partnership Development, Skill Acquisition and Entrepreneurship Development at the National Youth Service Corps. And in recent times, the Corps has come up for will I say, debate. A lot of people keep asking, even though, you know, I don't think I'll engage in that sort of debate because you will not win it with me as to whether or not the NYSC should continue. I mean, I will always advocate for the continuation of the NYSC. But some people will say, isn't it time that we took a review of what exactly the NYSC is about and find a way to make it more relevant to young people? Yes, that kind of conversation I think that we can have. So I'm glad that you're here. I would say you're young at heart because I think you have left that demography, the demography of young people. But thank you so much for staying with us. And can you tell us what the NYSC is doing right now to keep up with the times, still maintaining the ideals, but keeping up with the aspirations of young people today, especially as they look towards the future of Nigeria?
Well, thank you for having me, and thank you for this wonderful question. The NYSC, as we all know, is a household name in Nigeria. And it has been there since 1973. And over time, if we watch keenly, changes have come in. There was a time when core members do CD, those who served between 1973 up to the early 80s, where they take some weeks to go for community development projects. And nowadays, you discover that things have changed. You do weekly CDs. There are no more what we call back then yearly CDs, traditional and year-round CDs. Now you do weekly CDs. Over time, core members used to sign, when you want to register, you go to camp, everything was done manually. Now we do things electronically. In 2012, the NYSC established the Department of Skills, Acquisition and Entrepreneurship Development on realization that there was increase in graduate unemployment. And with skill acquisition, core members are trained in the camp to have skills, and then they were trained to be entrepreneurs, so that at the end of the service, they will be employers of labor, or they will be employable. Now, reviews have come up, and the scheme, if we look at it, is still relevant to the Nigerian society, because the core members are doing so much in wherever they found themselves. Just some weeks ago, there was what we call Health Initiative for Rural Dwellers. Right now, it's going on across the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory, where rural dwellers have access to medical attention. Some of them have never seen doctors in their communities. Now doctors have gone to their communities, attended to them, they organized them, gave them drugs. Some, they give them referrals.
Okay, Mr. Alphonse, I'm going to ask you to just hold your thoughts for a moment.
Still, the NYSC has relevance, has a role to play in the society, because all the core members are graduates.
I can tell you something. You don't need to. Mr. Alphonse, just a moment. You don't need to convince me. I mean, first, I've already done my own NYSC. I would not be here otherwise. But I'm going to be asking the young people here in our studios. Thankfully, we have, will I say, an array of them here. And I want you guys to quickly do something for me. If you believe that the NYSC should continue, let me see your hand up. Never mind my bias. Can I say it boldly? Like, let me see. Hold it to your full chest.
So, let me put the question differently. How many of you want to go for NYSC?
Let me see your hand up.
Let me ask it again. How many of you need to go to NYSC?
Thank you.
You need to go to NYSC.
Jeffrey, stop reframing my question now. Come on. Stop reframing my question. How many of you here are looking forward to your NYSC? Let me see your hand up. How many of you are not looking forward to it? You think that this thing is a waste of my time? Let me see your hand up. There'll be nobody. Let me see. There's some people who are... Can I just quickly ask, and this is very important, can I quickly ask, will anybody be bold enough to say why this is a waste of their time? Will anyone want to answer that question? If it's possible for us to quickly get a mic.
That's for one of you who says you don't want...
I can say the stand is over there. Is it possible for us to quickly bring that stand for anyone?
Anyone. Okay, let's see the hands of those who don't want...
I already saw someone there who says he's willing to come and say...
You're willing to talk?
Why it's a waste of time? Very quickly.
Walk. Don't worry.
Yeah, don't worry. You can walk over there.
It's a walk of grace. So just walk off. It's fine. It's just walk of grace.
It's a quick debate.
Yeah.
So in 30 seconds, if you can make your point.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
It's evening. This program is live, for God's sake.
Good evening,
it's
everyone.
Evening, yes.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. So, for the NYSC program, I do not think it's a waste of time, number one. But I just think, for me personally, because that was the question posed.
Yes.
So, for me personally, and for those that are studying health-related courses, I feel doing an additional 1 year after you finish your 6 years in school, 5 years in school, you do your 1 year internship or housemanship, then you now do another 1 year of NYSC. That's a whole lot of time.
Okay.
And one thing about that is that you cannot do anything apart from that within that period of time. You just have to do it because it is mandatory. So I'm not looking forward to it.
Okay, because of you're doing health-related courses, so you think that you spent enough time in school?
Yes.
And you
if
just
it can be merged with the internship or housemanship period for that 1 year, then it's
so
fine.
Are you technically saying we should just say housemanship is NYSC for medical students?
Yes, you can. If it's like that, then it's perfect.
Okay, so everybody else should go and do their NYSC, but not medical students.
I'm not saying that.
Okay, anyone who wants to argue for the NYSC?
Sorry, our panelists, this is the idea of the program. It's for them.
Okay. Yes, please.
I think a lady should come. Is there no lady this time?
Let me have that gentleman.
Oh, okay.
Wearing the cream. Who thinks that the NYSC should continue?
How come these people that are wearing cap that...
Good evening, everyone. So, my name is Mosodik, and just like you asked, I'm currently serving, and I'll be passing out by...
You're currently serving!
Yes,
please, a round of applause for him.
So, for me, just like you mentioned earlier, I think what NYSC needs is a reform. One of my colleagues here asked a question earlier to the Minister of Communication. What are the statistics? When we are talking about what NYSC has been doing over time, there's a need for skill, and there's a need for empowerment, all of these things. And over the time for me during NYSC, through the OSAHID, the CDs and all of those things, I do a lot of community service. We've done SDGs projects, we've gone to the community to develop something. I think what we need to achieve through NYSC is when all of these youths go back into those space, we need collaborative strength to reform from the grassroots, just like the Minister of Youth said earlier. If NYSC can be reformed and be more objective of this is what we want to do in the next 5 years plan, this is the milestones we need to achieve through it, then it's going to be more objective. Like, people will do it willingly, not like when you post people to the grassroots. I have a friend in Plateau currently. She could not even come back home since last year. And her dad died during this session because of NYSC. So I think we need to be more objective, reform, have something we want to achieve in a couple of years, then we'll be able to track the progress of NYSC.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. And our condolences to your friend who lost her father.
Absolutely. So what we'll do, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, our panelists, there are 6 of them, so they're going to some kind of respond to, maybe set an agenda going forward, because the whole idea is empowering the future. You've had your thoughts. They have their perspective on some of the things we invited them for, so they will be able to tell us exactly what the agenda is, from Samson Itola to Deputy Speaker to everybody here. We'll come back after this. Join us again.
Welcome to What Event. The thrill is gone.
Sports bets and casino games, the stakes are rising. Play your way, the chance is near.
Congratulations to the workaholic president. I extend my warm congratulations to His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on the occasion of his second year in office. Your renewed hope agenda continues to steer Nigeria towards progress and development. We in Edo State remain committed to partnering with the federal government to build a more prosperous and secure nation for all Nigerians. May your leadership continue to bring positive transformation to our beloved country. Signed, Senator Monday Okpeolo, Executive Governor of Edo State.
Our major currency unit is the Naira, while the minor unit is the Kobo. They are both in notes and coins. The Naira is more than just a medium of exchange. It bears the images of our heroes. So, stop abusing the Naira. It is a criminal offense to spray the Naira at events. Stop stepping on the Naira. It's not your enemy. Do not squeeze, ruffle, or write on the Naira. Handling the Naira with dirty or oily hands can deface the Naira. Love the Naira as you love yourself. Be a real Nigerian.
This message was brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
With Glovo, you've got the city at your fingertips. Hanging out with friends and craving fried chicken or smoky jollof with fried plantain? Order on Glovo and receive it in minutes. Running low on toiletries? Don't panic, Glovo's got you. Order on Glovo and receive it in minutes. Family time deserves quality food, so treat them to a sweet surprise. Yummy. Track the rider in real time as your order makes its way to you. Download Glovo, order anything you want and receive it in minutes.
I'm thinking of also running for class president, Captain Excellent.
But I thought Nkechi was already running and she's your friend. Why not support her?
Well, she's a girl. The boys won't vote for her, and they will bully the other girls if they try to make her win.
Ahmed, why do you think that way? Just because she's a girl doesn't mean she's any less qualified. We need to treat everyone equally.
But Captain Excellent, it's just how it is. Girls usually don't win this kind of election.
That's exactly why we need to take action. Equality means treating every person fairly without discrimination.
You're right, Captain Excellent. One small action a day can make a big difference for life.
Supporting someone based on their merits rather than their gender, friendship, or background can help us build a better society.
Nkechi is actually the best candidate for the job. I will support her.
Happy birthday to a worthy colleague. On the occasion of your birthday, on behalf of the government and the good people of Edo State, I extend my warmest felicitations and heartfelt congratulations to you, my dear colleague and esteemed state governor. We salute your contributions, and your legacy continues to inspire. May this special day bring you joy, peace, and fulfillment as you continue to be a source of inspiration and wisdom to all. We pray for continued good health, strength, and wisdom to lead your state towards a brighter future. Happy birthday, Your Excellency. Signed, Senator Monday Okpeolo, the Executive Governor of Edo State.
With Glovo, you've got the city at your fingertips. Hanging out with friends and craving fried chicken or smoky jollof with fried plantain? Order on Glovo and receive it in minutes. Running low on toiletries? Don't panic, Glovo's got you. Order on Glovo and receive it in minutes. Family time deserves quality food, so treat them to a sweet surprise. Yummy. Track the rider in real time as your order makes its way to you. Download Glovo, order anything you want and receive it in minutes.
Welcome to Whitey Bet, your new home for sports betting and thrilling casino games. It's time to level up your game. Whitey Bet. Play smart, win big, play with confidence. Incredible odds, non-stop action, fast payouts. And it's all safe, secure, and just a click away. Whitey Bet. Bet smart, win big, play with confidence.
Play now for a chance to win.
Whitey Bet.
Welcome back. As we begin to wind down, we have a panel of 6, so big number, but let's see how much we can squeeze in. This question is going to come to you, the honorables that we have, Honorable Aldo Ghana, as well as Mohammed Oyanki, Deputy Speaker, one in our Lagos studio and the other in our Abuja studio. So we just did a quick, what you may call a vox pop in that sense with the students, and you can see for and against when it comes to how important or not the NYSC is. But so piggyback on that, I want to ask you, Honorable Oyanki, as well as Honorable Aldo, but I'll start with Oyanki. What do you think can be done within the polity as it is right now to make young people feel heard and respected? Honorable Oyanki.
Thank you very much. I think one thing we are not doing as a country, with all due respect to whoever is in position to help a youth like myself, is we are not intentional about a youth reform. We say it here, we say it there, but up till now, there is nothing precise that will really, really help a Nigerian youth. Imagine finishing school, finishing your secondary school, struggling to go to university from a low-income earning family, and finishing your university, going for an NYSC. Every young man now wants a white-collar job. There are no jobs available. What is after that to help a Nigerian to sustain his life, to start a family? Absolutely nothing. That is why I said we don't have a concerted effort. We need to have an intentional youth policy document in Nigeria that as a young man in the university, from your internships, wherever you have an internship, wherever you're done, there is some sort of a job security for you. How can we achieve that if we are going to have an intentional effort on empowerment? As far as I am concerned, youth empowerment. Let me be specific to my state, Nasarawa State. My governor, Engineer Abdullah Isili, just clocked 6 years in office today. But I'll tell you, Nasarawa State has one of the best empowerment skill acquisition centers in North Central. In fact, in Nigeria, we have an institution in Nasarawa State for several skills. You will learn. When you're done, you transfer it. Nasarawa State now is one of the industrial hubs in Nigeria. We have so many investments going on here in Nasarawa State. And what we are trying to do as a state is, okay, people are coming, investors are coming. They will not need to look for labor elsewhere. These skill acquisition centers we are doing, we are bringing empowerment programs there that will help you come in. Okay, you want to come and mine here in Nasarawa State, for instance. You need welders. There is expertise in welding. You cannot just go and carry any street welder to come and help you in your pipes. There are professional welders. We have something like that in Nasarawa State because here, His Excellency Engineer Abdullah Isuli, as an engineer, as an expert welder, for instance now, knows what it takes. Dangote a refinery, for instance, they had to bring foreign welding. They had to bring people from outside Nigeria to come and weld and pay them in USD for welding. So you see, we have a problem. And when we have unemployed youths in Nigeria. So what I feel is we need to be intentional about it, not just as a subnational, as a federation.
Okay.
Let us all come and sit down. How can we guarantee security, especially job for a young man in Nigeria?
All right.
Brother Jeff, I can tell you for free, there is no job security for a young man in Nigeria.
All right, let's the same question to you, because you're a lawmaker, and you're a young person. This is why I put that question to you. The young people feel sometimes gagged, they don't feel heard, they feel haunted. If you ask them, police, DSS, EFCC, now cryptocurrency, regulation, social, it's like everywhere they put their head, they are coming after them.
Yes. Well, that's the truth of the situation we are. And what I can say is that with the current institutions that we have, what is fading away, and seriously, we must take more closer look at, is the fabric of family values in our country. Many are going after things because their generation are going after such things. And I think we need to come back to say, what are the real things I want to pursue, and what are the steps I need to take in that direction. And taking those steps, I want to believe within the institutions that are already here, they can achieve what they want to achieve. We're not saying it to stop at this. We're still creating more. But you know the process of lawmaking, creation of legislation, getting it passed, getting it signed into law, getting it implemented is a long process. But even as we do that as legislators, what we have existing can be used for their daily empowerment. For instance, the Deputy Speaker was talking about Dangote Refinery, but I beg to differ. I was there yesterday on oversight functions by the Public Accounts Committee that I belong to. And we saw that they selected Nigerians, home and abroad, took to India for 6 months, trained them, and brought them to be the pioneer staff of the refinery. And what they have been suffering since they came, because of the level of competence, is that the oil majors and other companies worldwide, especially Qatar, have been poaching their engineers. And so now they're losing so many already that just got trained by Dangote Refinery. They're in their square pegs and square holes about doing their work, but they're seeing better offers than what the salary scale is in Dangote Refinery in Nigeria to be productive, and seeing that for the same value of training that they received by his investment in them in India, they're taking them for better dollar prices in Qatar and other nations. So who's going to fill that gap? But most of these organizations have been investing in graduate training programs. And many times when we even say, go, so that we can influence as legislators, go and plead with them that these are the rights for those who are from the communities wherever these institutions are located. Simple aptitude tests, some people don't pass. Simple training programs so that you show excellence that you're ready to be committed to this job, they don't meet the criteria. And what will you ask such a businessman to do? He's there to make profit. He's there to bring change. He's not there to encourage mediocrity. So what laws are you going to tell such a person who has brought such a huge investment to Nigeria and wants to create employment for Nigerians, and then you want him to take people that will not clock in on time to be at their oars when they're supposed to be there, those that are on night duty when they ought to be, and all those circles. You can't live both lives. The ones that you see on the internet, and you see the flamboyant lives of those people, and then you think you want to get employed, and you have time to be going to the beach like others. No, it will not happen.
It's real food for thought for our young people in that light. Well, let me quickly ask you. I know that you've been listening to everybody and wondering what it is you're going to be saying to this conversation. But I want to ask you, given all that you have heard today, where is your mind? I mean, you've heard the ministers say, look, this is what we are doing. This is the areas where we think young people can also make progress. This is how they can plug into, the administration and the plans that the Bola Tinubu administration is putting up. But you are also a young person in your own space, doing what it is that you know how to do. You also have your own hub of young people that you are liaising with, and you know the challenges confronting you. What are your thoughts generally, about all that you have heard today and what you intend to do moving forward?
Oh, thank you for that. For me, what I intend to do moving forward is creating that awareness that to the youth, you don't always have to wait for government to do anything for you. Once you create that movement, they will see it. And once they see it, they will come. So moving forward, what I will do is create those spaces for youths like myself. Let's come together. Okay, this is the challenges we are facing. How can we find solutions to them? And by the time we create these solutions, definitely the government will see that, oh, without our help, they did this. So if we help them, then they will do more. So for me, moving forward is focusing more on the youth, not even the government right now, telling them that, oh, we need that change. Focusing on the youth. How can we change? Just like he has said, starting from the family. So that change you are looking for starts from home. I always hear a lot of people say, oh, the change, government. But that change should be from us, the youths, moving forward. So going forward, that is the mindset I'm going with. Whenever I come in contact with anyone, I'm telling you, what are you doing at your own level to drive the change you're seeking?
Well, Samson, I'm sure that you also must have been listening to the, well, I say, potpourri of conversations that we've had here tonight. What would you be saying to young people who are seated in this amphitheater, watching also from home, and also to policymakers in as quickly 1 minute as you can make it?
I think the only thing I can say to young people is do not accept what politicians want you to believe, that you do not have a say in policy making and that your vote does not count and that you don't matter, because you do matter and Nigeria needs young people. And so whether it's empowering yourself with the necessary information, but please never stop asking leaders, political leaders, questions because they hold power in trust for you. And they are there because of you. So do not keep quiet. Keep asking those questions and make our numbers count.
All right, Samson, we must thank you. I wish we can get the thoughts and the last thought of everybody, but we're totally out of time. So I must thank everyone as a big panel for all your insights, those in politics, in governance, and in business. Let's start from Abuja Studio. Samson Itodo, who just spoke, Executive Director of Yaga Africa, joining us right there. Zakaria Alphonse, Deputy Director, Partnership Development, Skill Acquisition and Entrepreneurship Development Department at the NYSC, as well as Excel Aja, the CEO of Silicon Africa Organization, and the Deputy Speaker of the Nassau State House of Assembly, Mohammed Oyanki. And right here in our Lagos studio, Honorable Joshua Aldo Ghana, the member representing Lavum Mokwa, Edati Federal Constituency in Niger State, as well as Amanda Jela, founder, Akio Concept, Lead Event and Partnerships.
Achio Concept.
Achio Concept, MasterCard Foundation Youth Advisory Committee. Thank you so much, all of you, for being part of the program.
Well, we know that tonight was never just about questions. It was about ownership of our challenges, yes, but more about our future. We have heard from ministers, we've heard from youth leaders, we've heard from you at home, and even right here in our studios. We have to thank you all for being a part of our conversation tonight. We understand that this is not going to end without, is it a cake cutting? Is I hear there's a cake?
Cake cutting or music performance as we wind down.
Okay.
So, well, but a round of applause for yourself. You are,
indeed.
yes, first. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so we understand that we don't just want to leave and sign off, but we'll have a musical performance just briefly, and then
from Chris Daniels. Chris Daniels will be performing, but we have to thank you for being a part of the program tonight. It's been Jeffrey's pleasure and mine serving you, and we hope that we'll be able to have another conversation very soon on progress. This time around, it'll be progress concerning young people. Thank you very much. I'm Maokwe Ogun-Yusuf.
And I'm Jeffrey Uzama. Good night, goodbye, keep up the good work.
Over now to Chris Daniels.
We can't just say that. Let's support him. Sit down, sit down.
what we're seeing is just the early days of what AI could actually do.
AI, for us, is a tool.
So we train AI systems that are able to do different tasks in healthcare, agriculture, on and on.
Africa is young. Africa is innovative.
Africa has unique challenges.
Western companies, big tech companies, aren't as unique experiences. So there's an opportunity for Africans to build our own data sets, to build our AI model.
Sometimes I forget we're Africans. Most of the things are not built with us in mind, so we have to find our way to interact and to know what role that we play in that space.
We believe in artificial intelligence and we know that it's working and it's really helping us.
There is great promise, but also great fear.
There's no need to fear it. And as long as there is humans behind the technology, we're going to all enhance or embrace this superpower. There is humans behind the technology, we're going to all enhance or embrace this superpower enabling technologies.
Life is a stage. A bold canvas.